And as far as jump drive, just.
Yeah. So.
I attended that 9 a.m. yesterday live stream.
Did
That
you?
was awesome, yeah.
Great. So here's all the login information for
Thank you.
you are very welcome. And just spread the word with the next speaker, huh?
Yeah, definitely I will.
Okay.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I have a handout at the edge there, and then just a little kind of flyer on what's coming up in my business. So come on up. I'm just so you know, I think I'm going to kind of be a little bit more in this. I'm afraid I'll trip if I keep walking over here. So.
Do you have a preference where?
I would say anywhere kind of in this
Okay.
area is great. Yeah, awesome. But that way, like I said, I'm not gonna go much past that cord because I will trip over it. I'm just that lucky. I'm Elizabeth, by the way.
Claire.
Claire, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome, thanks for being here today.
Oh, sure.
Bright and early.
Yes.
Hello again.
Hello again.
I got a couple of handouts back there. One's a
Oh.
worksheet we're gonna be working on today, and then the other one's just
Okay.
some upcoming information about me and my business.
Okay, right on.
Were you both able to attend any sessions yesterday?
Yeah, a couple.
I was not.
You were not, so it was
It's
just-
my first day.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was able to attend a couple. What did you attend?
I did the apex of the curve and then the top 10 problems business owners don't know they have.
Oh, I wanted to go to that one.
It was good.
Was it good? I think that they're being recorded and will be available after too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, yeah. I did the budgeting one live stream.
Oh,
Because I
okay.
was over in Greeley at 9 a.m. So.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I came over in the afternoon and I served on a board of directors. So I did some of the nonprofit stuff.
Okay.
How to build a board and then the grant writing workshop.
Okay. One of my coworkers went to that. She said it was really good.
It was really good, yeah. And I, in my business, I wrote my first application for a grant. I didn't know what in the world I was doing. So I was like, that's gonna be a good workshop for me in the future. Yeah, yeah. So you said your coworker, what do you do?
Yeah. We basically a food service consulting company.
Oh,
We do nutritional analysis, food allergy training, and food allergy certifications. Also restaurants and university dining and
oh, cool.
anyone that serves food.
Oh, that's
That's
great. Yeah, yeah. How about you?
I'm actually not working right now,
Okay.
so there you
All
go.
right, well, there we go, nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's good, that's sometimes can be a good place to begin to kind of open up and figure out what we're doing, right?
Right, yeah,
So,
yeah, about 2 months ago, I quit my job and I'm still looking, so.
Okay, yeah, well, I think that this is gonna be, it's pretty normal right now, people are doing that. And so, you know, I think this is what kind of lean into, I talked a little bit about that in our talk today too.
Cool,
Yeah.
okay, right on,
We'll just give it a couple more minutes, see if anybody else is coming.
okay.
So, yeah, awesome. And Hunter, correct?
Yes, yep.
Claire? Yes. Oh my gosh. I sometimes feel like, especially when I first meet people, not the best with names, so.
It is tough.
I didn't write it down, so. Good morning. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm gonna be trying to figure out where's the best place so I don't get blinded by the light here. So I'll be moving around a little and figuring that out for the first few minutes. I want to welcome everyone that is here today live with me, and I also want to welcome our live stream audience today. I'm glad to have you here with me as we're talking about well-being at work and in business. And so just wanted to share, I'm Elizabeth Mahoney, and I own my own company, Complete Professional Development in Greeley, Colorado. And we really focus in on supporting employee growth and development, supporting managers with their growth and development as managers, as well as workplace culture and well-being at work. So that's why we're talking about this today, and especially for those of us also in business and just people that are being very, busy and trying to figure out their well-being at work. And so just for the audience here live, show of hands who are actually own their own business or own a business. Okay, great, awesome, wonderful, everybody. Okay, and there's also a handout in the back as well as a little flyer about some upcoming programming that I am doing. Great, so thank you for that. So I know that we all are in that role of work within business. Again, I'm kind of dodging the light here a little bit, so. So what I wanted to discuss with you is what we'll be going over today, and we will be focusing on 5 elements of well-being at work. And a lot of what I'm going to be talking about today is based on Gallup's research. And so they've been doing workplace culture and human behavior in the workplace research for over 50 years. And so that's definitely, I'm a Gallup certified strengths coach, and so that's definitely a source that I really like to learn from and follow their research. So we'll be talking about the 5 elements of well-being that they found. We're also going to give you a chance to assess your state of well-being right here in the room. And for our live stream audience, we will also be able to give you an opportunity to assess that as well. And then we will talk about 5 ways that you can increase your own well-being. And we're going to focus in on career well-being today. We will also discuss why well-being is a hot topic right now. Why is it important? And then we will leave and kind of end today with the impactful ways that you can have well-being conversations with other people, okay? And I do want to let you know that our time's going to be a little shorter today. There's a scheduled fire alarm, yay! So that's supposed to be around 9:45, so I'm going to do my best to get the content, wrapped up so that there's about 5 minutes at least for questions. And there's a sheet of paper in the back, a worksheet, so feel free to grab that now. Hi. And so I do ask this time, normally I'm really good with questions throughout, but as much as possible, if you don't mind jotting down your questions, and that way we can reserve them for that 5 minutes. Obviously, if there's something burning, please definitely, or some clarification, please go ahead and interrupt me then. But yeah, if we can hold questions to the end, that'll be wonderful. And then just want to, for those of you that I don't know in the room, just want to give you a little bit of background about me. So I was born and raised in Colorado, and I moved to Northern Colorado. Actually, as I was getting ready for this presentation, I realized, you know what, I moved to Northern Colorado, in fact, Fort Collins. I attended Front Range a while ago. But I moved more permanently to Northern Colorado, and really specifically in 2002. From Arvada, and I went to the University of Northern Colorado, where I received my master's degree in counseling, marriage and family emphasis. And so that's a lot of reason why this well-being topic is really important to me. I didn't go the traditional counseling route as far as working with people on mental health counseling. In fact, I spent 17 years at UNC working as a career counselor, so helping our students and alumni get their best careers. So again, this topic's very important to me. A little bit more about me personally is I love to kayak. That's a newer hobby of mine. And then I love cooking, and gardening is something that's just definitely a passion area of mine. I'm hanging out in the middle with my strengths. I mentioned earlier that I'm a Gallup certified strengths coach. And so I'm hanging out with my top 5 strengths there. And then in my business, I do staff and team development sessions, as well as supporting managers and working with organizations on their workplace culture. So that's up in the upper left-hand corner, a picture of me doing one of my team sessions. I like to be involved in my community, and so I'm involved with She Goes High. I'm a leadership team member for She Goes High here, and that's an organization, networking organization for women in Fort Collins, and we're actually moving also to Greeley, which is awesome. I'm also a graduate of Leadership Northern Colorado 2020 class, and I currently serve as the steering committee member for them as well. And then I am a board director for Connections for Independent Living. So like to really be involved with my community. And when I say that, and the reason why I bring that up is because you might just see me as Elizabeth Mahoney, owner of Complete Professional Development. And yes, that being a busy business owner, right, that takes our time and energy and our well-being and that type of thing. And I'm also involved in different communities, so we're all very involved in what we do and things that we're passionate about. And so it's figuring out, when we're talking about well-being, how do we balance all of that within our day and still have time for self-care? So what I'd like for you to go ahead and do is answer these questions. So I'd like for you to think about about your perfect day at work or in your business. So I'm going to give you about a minute to do this. What would you be doing, thinking, and feeling? Who else would be with you? What would your financial situation look like? And so I'll give you about a minute to go ahead and just jot down some notes about your perfect day at work. And if some of these questions don't resonate, that's okay. And if you have extras, that's fine. And I invite the live stream audience to go ahead and participate in these activities as we go along. Okay, we have about 30 seconds. All right, we'll have everyone kind of wrap up their thoughts there. All right, so now that we have thought about our most perfect day at work, or a perfect day at work, I hate to use that term, I probably should adjust that, most awesome day. Okay, I want you to think about what you wrote down. Are you able to do most of those things most of the time? And kind of whatever you define that is. Everybody's very individual on what is, their level of well-being and that type of thing. So when you think about those things that you listed, how often are you able to do that? So it's just really kind of a reflection thing to think through. Now what I want us to do is let's start getting into some terminology and some definitions. And so write down, I'm going to give you a little bit less than a minute, but go ahead and write down what is your definition of well-being at work. So when you think about that in the terms of work, what is your definition? Okay, looks like people are wrapping up some thoughts there. So I'd love if anybody wants to share their definition or what they think of when they think about well-being at work. Please go ahead and just share that. Yeah.
I just said if I'm happy and engaged.
I love that. Happy, engaged. Yes. Awesome. Anything else that comes to mind for people when they think about that? Yeah.
I'm energized, I have an opportunity to use my strengths and to connect with others.
Awesome, I love that, great. And so I went with, both of those are awesome definitions. I went with psychology in a day, and talking about workplace wellness. So the ability to pursue your interests, values, life purpose in order to gain meaning, happiness, and enrichment professionally. And I would add, just like Hope said, the opportunity to use your strengths daily. That's really an important thing when we're thinking about how can we build in more things that we do naturally well, that we're good at, and get them incorporated in our world of work. Awesome. So that's well-being at work. Now I want you to go ahead and take a moment. And what is your definition if you think about, or what does it look like if we're thriving at work? What are thoughts about thriving at work?
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of thinking like if you had the things that you described, like for me, I said moving, thinking, talking, like those things just amplify to the, there's a lot.
Yeah, so whatever your best day at work, being really amplified is thriving at work, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, anything else? I'm gonna go ahead and give you Gallup's definition. So they defined thriving at work as having the best possible life, one in which you get to use your strengths every day. So work really is a big part of our overall lives, right? And so when we are thriving at work, we're also having the best possible life. And things that you'll notice when you see people that are thriving at work, so what does it look like? People are excited, they're energized to be doing what they're doing, right? Like that's what we witness if we're seeing somebody that's actually thriving at work. They look forward to going to work, and that kind of goes along with this one. They don't feel dread after the weekend and leading up into a Monday. There was plenty of times in my life when I was not necessarily thriving at work and didn't necessarily have a good career well-being. We'll get into some definitions here in a moment. But it would sometimes ruin, like my last day of vacation. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that's ever had that happen. Or, Sundays I'd be like, ooh, I gotta go to work the next day. And that was a little bit more difficult. And so when we think about thriving at work and in our business, and I know all of us in the room are business owners, but I want you to kind of use those two terms interchangeably because really it's all about our careers and what we're doing, right? And so just thinking about, okay, what are the pieces of my business that I'm doing daily that I really enjoy and get to do? Generally, people that are thriving at work are not necessarily watching for 5 o'clock or whatever the end of the day is. And in fact, they'll often miss it because they're in more potentially the state of flow where things are just flying by and that type of thing. And so they get into that state and they're like, oh my gosh, it's 5:15. I didn't even see that time fly by. Smile, have fun, like you can see it that they're just, again, getting back to energized and excited to be at work. Other things that I'm missing from those that are here today.
I took one of his words that I had said when I'm in a flow state and fully engaged. Like,
Yep, engagement, absolutely, yes. Yes, so definitely highly engaged. And what does that look like? Engagement looks like, let's say at a staff meeting or, if we're more of a solopreneur like me, but around other business owners, maybe we're kind of bouncing off ideas, and that type of thing. And so at a staff meeting, it looks like participation, right? So that's what engagement really looks like, is participation. Disengagement looks like non-participation. Seems like that should make really easy sense, but you can certainly see it in people when it happens. I wanted to share, a lot of what I'm talking about today does come from Gallup's, not their newest book. They just released a newer book now called The Blind Spot. They've just shipped it to me, so I haven't read it yet. But it's Wellbeing at Work, How to Build Resilient and Thriving Teams. And this is based on Gallup's research. It was released in early 2021. Based on over 100 million global interviews conducted in the workplace and their findings. And so a lot of what we're talking about is some of the things in the book and their definitions. But I do love this quote by Jim Harter. Combining strengths and well-being at work is potentially the most transformational treatment yet in the urgent pursuit of resiliency, mental health, and ultimately net thriving. And so just to give you a little bit of an idea of how I really got involved in focusing in on this, I started my business in 2018, fall of 2018, and I was half part-time at UNC, so still working as a career counselor as I was building my business. And then I had my best month, January of 2020, and then everything happened. And I was really in the role in my business of developing teams and managers and doing more traditional staff development, and companies were just not in that place that they were investing in that. And so I went through, a couple of years of the pivot, and when I read this book, it really kind of helped me align my career background with also my counseling background and education and into focusing in on well-being. And I really like to see how people are impacted by the systems of work and their businesses, as well as how they have an impact on those areas. I really love the definitions of well-being that we'll be going over shortly, and I started hosting no-cost book clubs with managers and business leaders, especially people leaders, to talk about this book and really kind of get that out more widely to people. So getting into, and this is where your worksheet's going to be great. Those of you that are live streaming right now, I'm happy to connect with you and get you an electronic copy of this, as well as everybody in the room. But those of you in the room, you do have this copy, and we're going to go over the 5 elements of well-being, and then you can go ahead and just jot down some notes. So again, according to Gallup and their researchers, that we're going to start with career well-being. They define career well-being as that you like what you do every day. And so that's career well-being, you like what you do every day. Social well-being is that you have meaningful friendships in your life. And they also say at work. So certainly in your life, also really hugely research how beneficial it is if you have them at your job or in your business as well, or in your community. Okay, financial well-being is that you manage your money well. And so that's financial well-being, you manage your money well. Physical well-being is the energy to get things done. So you have the energy to get things done. And then community well-being is you like where you live, and I would say also it could be you like where you work. So I always like to take a pause for a moment here and see what are people's thoughts with those definitions. You kind of look at it. Anything come to mind? Is there anything missing? A lot of times I hear people talk about maybe a couple of areas of well-being that they bring into this. And I would say this is, research that Gallup did and that type of thing. And it's definitely more focused around work, right? But we all get to define what are important in our well-being. And so I always encourage people to add those different components if they're not listed here. One of the things that I right away think about is a lot of times people will say, mental health well-being or spiritual well-being, because it's not necessarily defined here. Sometimes I think those could be encompassed with the definition of physical well-being. I know for me, when I first read the different well-being areas and heard physical well-being being framed in a way around energy, that was pretty refreshing to me, rather than, you weigh a certain amount or that you're, completely muscular and that type of thing, or toned. And so the fact of energy, when I think about things that increase our energy or decrease our energy, and especially as business owners, that's what we're going to be also focusing in on today. What they also found is that these having a higher level of these well-being areas actually help us with having a thriving life that we were just talking about, rather than a suffering or struggling life. And so as well-being areas go lower, sometimes we may not feel like we're thriving in the moment, right? As they go up, then we're going to be, okay, we're thriving in the moment. And what I thought was, and again, really for me in my practice and really determining how I wanted to build this a little bit more, but focusing in on the career well-being, they found that that is actually the foundation to all of the other well-beings being elevated. So when people had a higher level of liking what they do at work every day, they had better social well-being, they had better financial well-being, so feeling like they could manage their money well. They have better physical well-being, energy to get things done, community well-being, feeling like they were involved, like their work, like their community. So I want to go ahead and take a moment and give everybody an opportunity in the room and also the live stream audience we're going to go ahead and do, a ranking. Where would you, at this moment in time, rank your overall well-being with those definitions or the definitions that you have? If you have other areas of well-being that you want to add, I definitely invite you to go ahead and do that. But where would you rank it either on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not feeling great in that well-being area right now, 10 being I'm feeling really good in that well-being? Or some people like to do percentages, so go ahead and do it that way too. Again, like 0 or 1% being low well-being, 100% being very high well-being. So we'll have you go ahead and do that ranking, yeah.
So what's the definition between community and then social again?
Yeah. Thank you for that. So a question came in about the difference between the community well-being and the social well-being. So the social well-being is more about having friendships in your life and at work, whereas community well-being is liking where you live.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
That's like local.
Yep. Great. Thank you for asking that. So I'm going to give you about a minute to do that ranking. And then when you get done with that, for those of you that are in the audience, answer that second question. List some ways you can improve your career well-being if you have any initial ideas. Okay, we'll give you about 10 more seconds on that. Awesome. And so then the rest of this worksheet is definitely for you to take home. There's other questions of which areas of well-being would you like to strengthen. These are some awesome things to reflect after today, after you go through the rest of the content, as well as what are some ways that you can strengthen those areas. So what would you like to, what are some ways? And then those of you that are supervising any staff or team members, how can you help them increase their well-being? Again, looking at it also for people like me, a solopreneur, what are some other ways that I can start to increase my well-being? So why is this important now? Well, just go 2 pages ahead. Okay. So people are reporting that they are feeling pretty stressed. So they're reporting higher levels of anxiety, higher levels of depression. These are things that the American Psychological Association has found in 2021. And globally, Gallup found that 7 in 10 people reported that they are struggling or suffering right now. And again, that's 2021 research. And what we talked a little bit about before, but the people that have reported that they have higher levels of the 5 elements of well-being do report more likelihood of having a thriving life rather than struggling or suffering. And so we're going to get into some tips on how to support some of those areas as well. So what does low employee well-being look like in the workplace? Any kind of guesses from those that are live here today on what that looks like? Yeah.
It could look like people not taking breaks. It could look like people taking a lot of sick time. And not just taking sick time, like not being well.
Right? Yeah. Actually, not being well. Any other ideas?
Creativity stifled.
Oh, yeah. Creativity stifled. Yes. So not being able to lean into that. Yes. Push people more creative.
Yeah, I was going to say just negative energy and lack of productivity.
Lack of productivity, yeah, awesome. So, absolutely, so great resignation reevaluation, these are still current stats, and actually they've been going up. We would have thought that during or after we kind of got through that height of the pandemic, would have started to go down. But Gallup's still reporting 48%. I've seen other sources that report it higher, of Americans are considering quitting their jobs in the next year. And so, and this is, Hope is in the room with the Larimer County SBDC, but last night at our kickoff event and networking event here, she talked about the question was posed of how do you have a thriving culture during a recession? And Hope happened to mention that, retaining your talent. And so as business owners who have employees, as people in more traditional work, that's really what our job is to do, is to really retain our talent and focus in on that. And a lot of that is focusing in on their well-being. We just talked about a lot in the room about this disengagement of employees. So they're not feeling like they're able to be engaged in their jobs. What does that look like? Nearly 54% of employees are disengaged, which are leading to, we've heard of the quiet quitting. So leading to quiet quitting. Also a little bit newer is quiet firing. So where managers are actually driving their employees out. And a lot of times why that may happen is because maybe a manager is underskilled. And there's a lot of things that employees are coming in with that they didn't necessarily come in with before. Our work and lives are so intertwined now, and so that's why a lot of this is happening in the workplace as well. Burnout. So burnout, and that's one that we're going to focus in a little bit more when we're talking about these different reasons, but burnout is the involuntary reaction to stress in the workplace. And that is employee burnout, business owner burnout. We're really, those of us that are business owners are at a high risk for burnout potentially if we don't really kind of check in on our well-being, and then managers are as well. So 79% of US employees experience burnout on the job. So that is pretty alarming. And when people don't have a good sense of their career well-being, like what they do every day, especially within their jobs, they do end up at risk for burnout. So when I kind of was talking about at the beginning, on your most awesome days, do you get to do a lot of those things most days? That really is, if we can get that line that you're doing more of them most days, that's going to help with the diminishing burnout or the risk of burnout. The American Psychological Association in 2021 found that nearly 3 in 5 employees reported negative impacts of work-related stress, including lack of interest, motivation, and energy. So we're kind of talking about the physical energy. Lack of effort at work, so quiet quitting. 36% reported cognitive weariness. 32% reported emotional exhaustion. Like just that word of exhaustion. And emotional, we're talking about depression, anxiety, right? And then 44% reported physical fatigue. I think that kind of gets back to what you were saying too, Hope. Like people just, they're sick, they're calling in sick, they're not feeling well. And that's a 38% increase since 2019.
So it used to be 6%, now it's 44%.
Yeah, it's really increased, yes. Yeah. And then when we look at, just want to, while you're reading the definition of the World Health Organization, define burnout as this. In 2021, Gallup mentioned in the book that they actually labeled it as an occupational hazard. Burnout is listed in there as an occupational hazard. And as leaders and business owners, again, if we're not able to, because we're pulled many times in so many different directions, not necessarily on why we wanted to do our businesses, right? There's a lot of other things that we're always managing, a high level potentially of stress. There's a lot of joy too. But again, when we're not necessarily focusing in on how can we increase that well-being, that's when we start to run the risk of having burnout. And so thriving at work and in business is when we're focusing on our well-being, getting the balance that we need to build upon our career well-being, and development goals. So really, what are you loving in your business that you can do daily, as well as using your strengths daily. So I want to just take a pause for a minute. I know that was a lot of information quickly, but I want to take a pause for a moment and see if there's any like questions or initial thoughts that come up before we go over some tips. Yes.
So I have one about just people that, you know, have found their niche, for example. They found their passion, they're working doing that thing.
Uh-huh.
I would assume that burnout's probably a lot less in that case, but do you have any like stats on that? People that are like in alignment with their career and their passions with them?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And I think it's just, you know, kind of what, I don't necessarily have the stats, I'm sure they're out there. But, you know, with this idea of like it being the foundation and the importance of building high level of career well-being, I think what the tricky thing is for entrepreneurs is that a lot of entrepreneurs don't necessarily, a lot do have a business degree, a lot don't. And so we get into this world that we're having to wear all of the different hats, right? Potentially, we're having to figure out what are the things I spend my money on to outsource and that type of thing. And I know just recently, and I've been doing my business for a while, but then also going through potentially a pivot or trying to refigure what are we doing due to the last few years, right? And how do we need to adapt our businesses and that type of thing. And again, even Hope, you said adaptability was really important. And I have actually an adaptability strength. But you know, the thing is that when people are, like, I went into my business because I wanted to do these types of things. I wanted to work with people. I didn't realize all of like the social media marketing, all the marketing in general. You know, my gosh, I'm my worst scheduler and accountant, by the way. You know, and it's like all of those things trying to manage and figure out. And even just as late as honestly July, I was in a mastermind group and I was like, I'm really at a risk of burnout. I have been for the last 2.5 years trying to pivot my business and figure out what I'm doing. And I was just like, I need to figure out how to have fun in my business. So it's that, I think it also brings in values too. So I guess part of it is that awareness, because I was just kind of like, I got to keep doing this. I got to keep changing, and I need to figure out what it was. And that's when this really kind of came to me of like, this is really my passion area. So I was still, I guess, a little broad. So I didn't answer your question because I don't actually have stats, but again,
That's helpful.
they really found that that's such a critical piece. I think that awareness and being like, ooh, where am I at? And if you're at a great place with it, then okay.
Yeah, okay.
And then I think if any time somebody needs help in figuring out, you know, like a career coach or something like that can be really helpful to help you figure out what is that, you know, next area that you want to go into.
Okay.
Right? Anything else?
Can I
Yeah.
add to that? So I think about this a lot because we work with small businesses and entrepreneurs, and I think the risk, it kind of goes to what Elizabeth said, of if you're doing it on your own, eventually you're doing everything. And if your business grows, that's where it starts to, that pressure and stress of like, it's great and I'm loving it, and then there's all this other stuff that's not necessarily my strength, but I know it needs to be done. And I wish more people would look at third-party service providers. If you can't hire employees, look at those third-party service providers as like building your team so you have that connection and those people do what they do and it lightens your load. And I think it's an interim to one day you need to build the team, but some people don't get that. They're afraid to spend the money, and it's like, no, it'll actually save you and also your business if you put some money there. And I just wanted to put that out there if it's helpful to anyone.
I love that because I think you're exactly right, especially as, well, anybody, a small business or a solopreneur, we got to figure it out. I mean, I would still be building my website today if I didn't just outsource that, you know, and even my social media marketing, you know, like I'm like, that's not my talent. I'd spend all day designing and really have this huge learning curve. And that's when you kind of helps me figure out personally, how do I spend my money and where do I spend it? You know, and that type of thing outside of it too. And I like the third party because I'm not at a place that I can hire employees yet. I hope to someday, but I'm definitely not there. Yeah, so thank you. All right, let's get to some tips. So we're going to focus in on career well-being. I got 5 easy tips for you to consider doing. And the first one is what I call the love, loathe activity, love it, loathe it. And that's where you literally fold a piece of paper in half. I'm gonna kind of get over here for the live stream audience. Fold a piece of paper in half, and on one side, write loathe it, other side, write love it. Take that everywhere that you go for 1 week, and things that you're doing, put it on one of those two sides. Make a decision, do I like it or do I love it? This is what I do with my career coaching clients, my managers, and like, what are the pieces of your business, of what you're doing daily that you like or loathe? And I encourage people to take this with them in their off time too, because a lot of times we're doing things that we love in our off time that we might have the opportunity to build into our work time, okay? So do that, evaluate the list and see where you're at with that. My next thing is one that I'm gonna start doing. I just came up with this as I was preparing this. I was like, I didn't think of that before. Monday motivation. So how to reduce a case of the Mondays according to Office Space. Now that might be dating me a little bit in this room, but the main thing is take the things that you're most gifted at, that you just love doing in your business, and schedule your first 2 hours, at the very least first hour of work on Monday as much as possible with those things. That gives us the motivation to keep going through the week. That helps us with lowering our, oh my gosh, it's Sunday and I've got to go to work on Monday, right? We should love our businesses because that's why we're business owners. There's a lot of wonderful things of business owners and being that, and we just got to kind of watch what's a risk of running into some burnout. The next one is a little different than the Motivation Monday, but strategically schedule your activities. So realistically, we're often having to do some of the things that, again, are going to kind of bring our energy down. And so how can we come in with something that's going to boost that energy afterwards? So really looking at your day. If you're always exhausted at the end of the day, what is something that you can build in at the end of the day that can boost you up? I would almost encourage you to see, when is that time that you're doing the harder task? What can you do to boost it? That also kind of gets into timing of the day. Like my sweet spot is probably 10 to 1, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., where I'm like feeling the freshest and that type of thing. So if I have a hard task, sometimes it's best for me just to go ahead and tackle it right then and there because I'm at my freshest. So again, kind of looking at your schedule and seeing where's my energy? How can I replenish it? I really found early on incorporating a morning routine, and in fact, the Miracle Morning for Entrepreneurs, if you have not read this yet, I encourage you to read it.
Is there one for entrepreneurs specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
they the normal ones?
The normal, yeah, so definitely, it's great. And so I fortunately read that early on, and I would not say I'm a morning person, or I would not have said I'm a morning person. I am now, and I love that time that I do some things. I do daily gratitude. I do some things to kind of help me, and I feel more accomplished. I always felt like I was running behind. I was always feeling like I was just on time for work, and having that time dedicated to doing some things just to kind of get me prepared and mindset-wise has really helped. And then this one I can't even emphasize enough. We have got to celebrate our success. We really, 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 really do, especially as business owners. Please celebrate it at the very least weekly. If you have team members that you supervise, do team success. Congratulate people, have people talk about what are they doing well. We are in such a society, especially in work, where we focus on the deficits, so let's get those celebrations in. I do mine weekly, or not weekly, I do mine weekly too, but daily, I do in my morning routine, and I have a gratitude journal for my life, and I early on realized I needed one for my business, because honestly for me, business ownership was hard at first. So I did a separate one for my business of what are the things, and that's where I noticed that my gratitude comes in. Want to go over some 5 tips on well-being conversations with others and give us a few minutes until the fire alarm goes off to have some questions. So career, ask people, out of all the things that they do at work, what do they do well? What do they like the most that they do? What do they do best? You're going to hear from people what they're excited about, right? If you're a solopreneur like me, ask yourself, what do I do best? Let's take a look at that. Social, So find out what people's hobbies and interests are. Get a sense if you have more than yourself at work, do you have friends at work and that type of thing. Financial, what financial education opportunities are available to you, either within your business potentially, but also outside in the community. So the SBDCs are a great tool and resource for everybody in this room. But for classes like this, I've gone through some classes with the East Colorado SBDC on financial things, and that's been very helpful. Physical, where can we build in and add in more physical activity? And I don't mean lifting weights or anything like that, but do we have a few minutes in between meetings? Maybe trying not to schedule meetings back to back so we can just get up, refresh our mind, get a little, kind of walk around and then get refreshed for the next meeting. And community, how can we get involved in our communities? So what are the different areas? And again, I think some of these you can combine. So if you have a team or if you have a company that has staff, asking your employees, what are the things that you are interested in hobby-wise or interest? What are the community organizations that you are interested in, and how can you go together as a team and maybe do a volunteer or something like that? So the community thing can be volunteerism, it can be serving on a board. Anybody else? What's other ideas for the community thing?
You can go to meetups.
I was gonna say like network, yeah.
Yeah, you can have a local
groups.
event. Or
Yeah.
I feel like Fort Collins is really good about like weekend or like full day, whether it's like art walk or foodie walk or, all those kinds of things.
Yeah, so a lot of different things. It doesn't mean that you have to give a lot of your time. So I want to leave you with this thought, and then we'll have a chance for some questions. So what if we could increase our well-being with focusing in on what we're naturally good at or what our strengths are? That's kind of a thought. Well, I want to tell you, spoiler alert, we can, yay! So I will be talking about this on Thursday from 11 to 12, and that's where we're going to really talk about stop focusing on your weakness, start leveraging your strengths in business and work. And yeah, I would love to, this is my references for today. I'm happy to share slides. And then some upcoming events that I will be doing, but I want to open it up to some questions in the room here. So what are questions that you have about well-being at work and in business? Or thoughts?
I guess I keep thinking about his question about if you're doing what you love and you're good at, your well-being should be better, but that has to be balanced with the culture in the place you are, right?
Mhm.
Because I've been in 2 jobs where the work was great,
Yeah.
but it was terrible.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I appreciate you mentioning that, because I think that's very important. We've got to be in workplace cultures that are healthy for this to work. And that's a lot of what I work with companies is how do we listen to the employees, what they need, how do we build a healthy environment so that people can really thrive. And a lot of times that is people leaders helping them do better with their jobs as far as, how do we have well-being conversations and that type of thing, and how do we focus in on what employees need. Otherwise, the Great Resignation, reevaluation is going to continue to happen. But yes, definitely healthy workplaces, it doesn't work so well when we don't have that environment. Yeah.
Kind of just a random thought. Would you recommend, so let's just say you're in a job and you're feeling yourself kind of start to not love it anymore. Would you recommend talking to that employer and saying, hey, how can I change this job, as opposed to just saying, okay, this job sucks, I'm going to try differently?
Mm-hmm. Yes. I think any time that you feel like you can, right? I mean, we got it, again, that's the relationship between the employee and the manager, but we do need to let people know if we're not happy in our jobs, right? Rather, what's sad is when people just kind of often will just move to disengagement and then they move out.
Right.
And so there's not necessarily opportunity, and sometimes managers just aren't aware. And so when employees can say, hey, or seek out what are the different opportunities that I might be able to build within this organization, and that type of thing. So what is the growth opportunity, and being able to advocate for themselves of growth opportunities within the workplace. And then if you're hearing no's, that's a different, that's sometimes when you start to think, well, how long do I stay here in this, situation?
Right.
So,
Okay.
yeah, that's a great question. Anything else? Awesome. Well, thank you all for being here. So definitely connect with me. I gave everybody here a half sheet. I am doing the Next Level Leadership Program for people leaders. That's starting October 12th. And so we're really going to be talking about kind of getting back to some of this, but building trust and respect in the workplace. Also about how to avoid burnout, and then how to leverage your strengths at work. So it's a 4-week program. And then I also have some workshop series that I'm starting in November. That's more around attracting your ideal candidates, retaining your best employees, and building a thriving work culture. So those are some different, it's a workshop series, but you can also purchase whichever one happens to be for you. And I do coaching and consulting one-on-one as well. So I thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
And we didn't have the fire alarm yet.
Is it gonna be delayed? 'Cause I was prepared, right?
I was prepared. I was like, I gotta get this done. So, and thank you to the live stream audience for being here today.
Oh my gosh, there's cookies back here.
Is there? Oh, nice.
Second breakfast. And I squeezed these too hard.
Do you know they're plastic? I've done that before.
There's napkins. So glad everyone.
So
Thank
thank
you very
you. Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Hey, thanks. Okay, let me take one.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'll see you soon.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Hope. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Valerie, which one are you going to next?
I don't have one scheduled. What about you?
You want to go learn about TikTok?
What's that?
So do you want to go learn about TikTok?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably should. I don't love the idea.
Well, that's why
So let's at least hear about it, right?
decisions after that. I'm gonna wait for the next presenter. Oh, come on in.
Is this accounting or bookkeeping?
I think so, yes. Yes, the presenter's not quite here yet, but come on in, have a seat. I'm gonna grab my worksheets from up there.
Okay. These slide. Whew. Wow. That's a little weird.
Being in a classroom?
No, being on a sloped classroom with rolling, it's just like, it feels,
Yeah, it's weird on the end here because it like slips to the corner, you know?
yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. isn't
Uh-huh.
it? Oh, because they're more flat.
Yeah, it gets
Going
flatter down the
across.
row.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's a little.
I think that TikTok night is over. And I'm just waiting for them to let them know about how to turn the corner. Get some of the students in the conference room.
Okay. I haven't been over there yet.
How long did you stay last night?
Not much longer than you. It was
I just had to get to the,
fine.
I went home and did my.
I felt like I didn't mingle enough because I got stuck in a conversation, but it was also good, you know?
So we're gonna head out to our next session, but when the presenter comes, have that up and going, and then the live stream's going already, just so that you know too. But yeah, they can just start it up. If for some reason it times out, just login information's right here.
Okay.
Oh. So,
We
if you don't
will-
mind sharing.
A lot of post-its in that book.
Huh?
I said, that's a lot of post-its in that book.
Oh, I know. Hi Nick, everything going good?
Good.
I was just updating them for when the presenter comes, but.
Okay.
And I still have a live stream going, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just so y'all know, there will be like a fire drill at some undetermined amount of time. They say it was 9:45, but
Yeah.
you never know. Should be, yes. Our presenter will be here in just a few minutes.
Done any other sessions?
I did all of the nonprofit ones, yesterday. I was set for 4 hours. In the same place, in the same seat. They were really good. I wish they'd had more. But I think they want to do more things like that. Apparently there's some like huge number of nonprofits in Fort Collins. I like it. I don't remember how many they had said, like 1,300 or, yeah, 1,300. That's a lot. So do you have a small business or
I'm thinking about,
starting one? Yeah. What do you think about doing?
well, I crochet and knit, and I sell some of my stuff. And it's just been kind of here and there, but I'd like to make it a little bit more structured, real.
You thinking about like online or actually opening up a shop or?
Some online and probably some, like craft fairs. That's
Oh, yeah.
Having trouble, I think through things too much, it's like I just need to do it, but I keep thinking like, how am I supposed to figure out how much something costs? Because I buy my supplies all over the place at different sales, and sometimes the supplies sit for months and months before I decide what I want to make with it. So I have to come up with some way to keep track of what I'm spending. So that's why I get some tips.
Yeah.
And you have a nonprofit now, or
Yeah, I started it actually the very end of the year, last year, and I got my nonprofit status in July, which took a long time. Oh my goodness.
So it's quite a process.
It is. Yeah, so I'm doing, the company is on Mission Global, and we come alongside of ministries in other countries that maybe they need a project done that they can afford, or maybe there's things that they want to do with the community that they don't have a skill set to do, and so we can come in and do projects and training and different things just to help them be more effective in whatever they're doing. So actually, next week, I'm taking a team to Thailand. We're putting in a 31 kilowatt solar system to lower the power costs for it's a children's home, and they're trying to lower their run rate so they're not so dependent on donations and stuff to run the home. And we're going to do some other fun, do some fun things with the kids and things too. But
So now, do you know about solar panels, or you just?
I do. Well, my first career, was my trade is in electrical engineering, and I worked for HP for many years. And I figured once you're an engineer, like you can do anything. Like engineers are light out. Yeah. So we went up. There's a solar institute up in the mountains that does training on solar. So we went up and did some hands-on training, and then my husband and I, we installed a solar system in South Sudan.
Wow, cool.
And we've done 4 small systems in Thailand already, and they got 3 homes at one of their homes on their farm. And this one is our largest one to date. It's really big. It's like 69 panels, it's a big system.
It's awesome.
But yeah, so we're doing that, and then we're doing some projects in the refugee camps in Uganda. Mostly South Sudanese that have, escaped the fighting in their country. And, so I don't know what all we're gonna end up doing there, but I've already done some training on business in the refugee camps. Some of the businesses these ladies, it's mostly ladies, have done, might be as simple as walking to the market really far away, buying some tomatoes and onions and bringing it to the clothes one and market them up and sell them. Some of them are doing used clothes that come in big, bundles, and
I recently read about that.
they do some of that, and some, there's some fish and, sell their fish and stuff. But, it's just to make some extra money to feed their families and pay school fees and to, buy medicine when they're sick and things like that. But they had no idea how to run a business. And some of them, I call them functionally illiterate. They maybe can read a little bit, but not really understand. And some of them probably didn't read, but they were able to do numbers. So the training I did, actually, you could do without even being able to read. It's bookkeeping, right? So you can use symbols to represent products and, what you're buying, what you're selling, even for the person that's you're buying or selling to.
Yeah.
You can have a symbol and things for them so you can keep track of your books.
Yeah.
And just getting them to separate their personal money from their business money so they have money to keep the business going was like a big eye opener for them. But we taught them, we taught them bookkeeping, and we taught them basically the basics of how to run our business and how to write a business plan, simplified business plan, so that they could get a loan so that they could expand their business. And many of these ladies got small business loans, and some of it was $50. It's just micro loans. But they've really been able to expand their businesses, you know, and they're just like, yeah, it's just been awesome. Some of their testimonies of, you know, how this has helped them. So I'm really excited about that, and maybe doing some vocational training and things like that to help people get out of poverty, because let me tell you, the giving gets them almost nothing. They can't subsist on what they're given. They're given the equivalent of like 3 5-pound sacks of cornmeal and some oil to last them for a month. And, you know, they have to be able to buy vegetables and other kinds of produce and stuff. And it's a hard life. And some of them have been there for 10 years. I mean, you know, the war just isn't, I hate how these countries just destroy people's lives, you know. It's there's so many refugees in the world right now, and it's really sad. But anyway, it's I'm looking forward to this new phase of my life. But these seminars are great for getting ideas and some new skills and knowing what you don't know. It's like, oh, I never even thought of that.
Our instructors, they
Maybe they had trouble finding the,
I feel like I haven't gotten audited yet.
I've
been doing this for 20 years, so.
You said yeah, like it's.
I hope
Well,
this
I
is the
haven't gotten
right.
my tax return yet this year, so I'm a little nervous. I'm like, and I was looking at it the other day, and TurboTax like left out a whole bunch of stuff like some of my income and things, and I'm like, oh great.
Oh, you use TurboTax.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that anymore. So I'm a little paranoid this year. It's all legit. It's just,
Well, then that's what we're about, right?
well, but then you still have to go through all the like say everything about it.
I know,
That sounds like a big thing.
Fine, yeah, I know it's that.
Yeah, and I don't have receipts, I just go off my credit cards and things like that, so I mean, if they actually want like,
Yeah, oh, for sure. I already did all that.
Is this the right room for bookkeeping?
I think so.
We thought so, I'm like, it must be.
Yeah.
Wait, I know yesterday there was an issue with the scheduling.
Oh.
Well, I was bummed because I had on my calendar a completely different thing, but they said that's Friday now. I guess I registered too early.
Uh-oh.
So it was supposed to be chaos, clarity, and everything.
Oh, I registered for that.
Yeah,
They changed it?
well, that was supposed to be, according to my calendar, right now,
Oh.
but I guess they moved it to Friday now.
Oh. Well, you must have got in before I did.
Yeah.
'Cause I think
I was an early bird.
But they moved this class to Friday?
No.
No, this other one, the chaos, clarity, sounded kind of fun.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
like,
that did
they're like,
sound-
you can pick between bookkeeping and TikTok. I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to do TikTok. So.
Yeah. Let's stay away from
I'm pulling
TikTok. Okay, let's see.
Which other room in the class is in? Is it in this building?
Yeah, I mean, I was just at the front desk and they sent me here, so I think we're good.
Crash course on bookkeeping.
Maybe we just have to teach it. It's immersive.
Right.
What do you do?
Challenge by
Well, I've
lecture
got
hall.
everything on one credit card and then I kind of feel like
Right.
Okay, well, we're losing precious time here.
Oh, I didn't.
So you say you use QuickBooks?
For actual bookkeeping, no, I just, mine's
well, so far, because I was teaching for 15 years, so it was more of a side thing. So there wasn't a lot of stuff to handle. Like I think I did taxes and stuff like 1 or 2 years. Like I never really made enough money to have to do any of that. So I just kind of do Excel.
Oh.
But I'm hoping now that I'm doing this full time.
So what are you doing?
I'm a photographer.
Ooh, nice.
So if anybody needs a photographer, the last card.
So still photography or video?
I do a little bit of video. It's not my specialty, but I have all the capabilities. I know everybody wants stuff to move. I'm old school. What do you do?
I started a nonprofit the end of last year. It's On Mission Global, and we come alongside existing ministries in third world countries where they need like a big project done, or maybe there's skills that they don't have that they need for the community, and we go in and help them.
Ooh, I want to talk to you more. That's like my dream is to work for an NGO. So
Yeah.
yeah, like I want to go and tell stories and go out and take pictures and write about it.
You know, when you said you were a photographer, I was like,
That's my
Yeah.
dream. Like I would love to, because I thought about like, well, my oldest is a senior in high school right now, and I'm like, what are we gonna do when she's gone? Oh, I could join the Peace Corps, and then I'm like, yeah, but I'd really rather use my talents and my skills rather than just kind of being a worker bee. So
I've been thinking about this when you mentioned that. It made me think. Right now we just got started, right? I just got my problem degree.
Visiting our
You're missing your presenter.
Yes.
professor, right?
So, sorry to let you know that this particular session, our speaker had to bow out, but Joe Buckner is talking about Instagram and TikTok for business in the Longs Peak conference room.
as we're doing TikTok.
And then right after that, I will be presenting on marketing and storytelling. So,
That's the one that's going right now.
right now, the
You're on your
bookkeeping,
own.
we're going to try and reschedule it for later this week, but right now, our presenter's not available, so.
I thought Joe was doing TikTok, not Instagram.
TikTok, yes.
Is it just TikTok?
He's covering all the social media platforms.
Oh, he is.
So, yeah.
Oh,
And
maybe.
the long speed.
Where is that?
Longs Peak. So if you just go straight down here, just to the right, and then left again, you'll see it right there.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Well, sorry, for one class, Well, I'm coming over this one, Joe, because I've got one in this. Oh, no, this is, I'm just gonna do one as well, then I have that. There's also number 2. Actually, no, there's still 2. I'm gonna be late. Trying to figure this guy out. Let's see.
Are you Nicole?
I am.
Ah, cool.
Hi.
My name's Scott.
Nice to meet you, Scott.
Yeah, likewise. Can I help with something?
Well, they said to use their computer,
Okay.
so I brought my junk drive, but that's for this. I'm trying to download it. So let's just see
From the drive to the computer?
from this. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Here, let's just try this. Let's just see if anything. This is Google, and I don't do Google. I am a Microsoft Office. Any ideas?
This is a Google Drive?
I don't know. Well, that isn't, but this,
Oh,
wherever
yeah,
I am on this.
So let's
Here,
get
I'll let
here.
you.
Let me see.
Thank you.
Let me drive for a sec.
Yeah, I'm glad you're-
I'm not all that familiar with
I know I'm
Google
old
Drive
school.
myself.
People that, that's all they know, like my kids, all they know is Google Docs, and I have no clue. But maybe someone will come in and be able to help me too.
Let's see. Well, maybe everything is with Google Docs.
Could try
Let's
Files.
try it and
I just
see.
wanna try
So
my-
I want to go to.
I know. Try like,
Is that it?
no. All right, well, maybe we'll just, we've got 20 minutes. A lot can happen in 20
Let's
minutes.
see. I just got a new. Oh, I see. It's not all the way.
Oh, maybe it's not.
Wasn't even finding.
User error.
It didn't see it.
User error.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Let's see, come on. Here we go. Okay, I'm just doing that.
Some computers don't even have USB stick drives anymore.
Well, and that's what I thought at first. You can't do that to us.
No. Explore.
See, my daughter,
Search.
Claude could probably figure this out.
Let's see. Here we go. So it sees it. System volume. This one? USB 2.0. This one?
That's it.
So just
Yay!
drag it and drop it, hopefully.
Thank you.
Well, it didn't look like it went. So, but at least it's here.
Yeah, the only thing is,
Let's just double click it. So there's,
that's what it
streaming.
wants to use the streaming.
looks like it found your PowerPoint. There you go. And then I think you want to hit this.
Percent. And then, so this was connected in here, so it's only one USB.
Shoot, so we are going to have to get it off of this.
Yeah, but if not, then
Let's
we
go
don't get to
File, Save
stream. Save.
as a slide. So, while I have you,
Please.
I've got two patents in process.
neat.
One's a utility patent, non-provisional,
Good.
and I just got a objection letter.
Okay.
Now I have
Office
2
action.
days to respond.
Well, what is it? You have 6 months.
It's,
So it's
well,
like-
I'm at my 3
3
month
month,
mark
okay.
where I don't have to pay.
Okay, got it.
And I don't know if I want to rush to get that in tonight
Right.
or what the fine or
Right.
fee is going to be.
Are you small entity or
Yes,
micro entity?
micro entity, it's just me.
So each month, you go over 3 months, the price gets up, but you don't have to pay that until you file.
Okay.
So if you wanted to wait another month, I think for micro, it's like $100. It's
So
not
it's not like
that
1,000 or
much.
something.
No.
Okay.
Getting down to the 3 months is kind of a lot, but it might be worth your while to
spend a little bit more time
Than
and get it
rushing
in
out.
by at least the 1 month deadline.
Okay, because my thought was just get something in, that way I'm in,
Yes.
and then they can just
First
come
plan.
back and say, this argument's nonsense. At
Yeah.
least I have
Yeah.
the ball rolling. It's like,
Definitely,
gives me,
definitely. Well, and you know what they're rejecting you for. And so sometimes.
there were 3 prior arts
Okay,
that are potentially a conflict or
Yeah.
objection.
right, and that's normal. They always say no.
Yeah, and so my rebuttal is to say, well, my product has a specific application
Yes.
with fire retardant
Oh, neat,
materials.
neat.
Well, could I stand on that?
It's all about your claims. So maybe you make a claim amendment and make sure that the claims talk about that specific application.
Mhm.
Because it doesn't matter what you say in your response. Well, it does matter, but the essence is what's in your claim and what's in the language.
The original.
Yeah, and you can amend it. So go in and add another element or expand upon an element. Hey, and then in your in your response, you say, oh, no, none of the other pieces of references had this.
Okay.
I don't know if it's novelty or obviousness.
I'll tell you about it once I
Yeah.
make sure that we've got this ready for you,
Thanks.
because
Quid pro quo, right?
I absolutely, that's,
Even though I'm here to help,
so
I'm just here to help.
I'm not seeing it on
Yeah,
this
I know.
desktop. This is bizarre.
Okay, good. Well, at least it's not just.
But let's try and drag and drop it one
Yeah,
last
I'll
time.
try it again.
I don't know what I just did. Okay, so it's online. Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to save to
There's
the
no save.
desktop.
You can try download, but then I'll never.
Make a copy. I want to download the PowerPoint. So it's doing something.
This is so funny.
So here it is. So it's in the downloads. So it's here.
Okay.
So let's double click. Okay.
But now it's popping up through there,
So
so maybe
it's
that
there.
works.
So yeah, so we shouldn't have to use
Okay,
this.
so let's try to plug in that other guy.
So
Make
let's,
sure it's working. Perfect. Thank you.
so, and then my other
Here's
is
a good
a patent, and I really don't know where I'm at in the process. I need to refer back to my documents, but
Yeah.
it's
Have
basically.
you filed it?
Yes.
Okay. You haven't heard anything. Then they could take, sometimes it can take a couple years. Before you
And I
hear
have
back.
all of my documentation.
And I will say that design patents, for some reason, they used to be faster than the non-progs,
Mhm.
and now they're taking longer, which is so weird. Maybe it just depends on the art unit and how active they are. Do you know how to get on private pair? Do you have when you file, did you e-file or did you mail it in?
E-file.
So you have a way to go in, and I'm sure you have a customer number,
Mhm.
and you can check the status.
Yeah. Okay.
And it will just see, examiner assigned, and sometimes they get assigned and then 6 months later, they get reassigned.
Yeah. Okay.
And if they take too long, they do get some term at the end, but it's, they have I think several years that they can play with.
Okay. I'll have to go back and look at my documentation. but-
Yeah.
So
All right.
I'm not sure.
I don't know
I would have
how to-
thought it would have
Yeah.
just found it. This laptop's so bizarre.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad it's not just me. So now I want to know, how do I get that up here?
Well,
Yeah, we're in a conundrum. Also, everybody
well,
crammed
this is
around a
the
laptop.
projector, right? This is the projector.
Yeah, I also had this. So let's see if there it is. All right, let's just open up. Okay, live.
Oh,
All
cool.
right, now how do I connect that? Is this in all the way? Because that's what we have to see ourselves. But that's just a live stream versus
Yeah, we want to.
projecting.
So hit that present.
It doesn't help that guy.
No.
I'm just going to see what YouTube. maybe somebody will walk in. They have 10 minutes.
Okay.
Can help
In
me
the
with
meantime,
this.
I shall
Yeah.
use the restroom.
Go for it. And I can stay after later to chat too.
Okay.
After it's over. Yeah.
So here's the last documentation
Just a
I've had.
second. I was gonna leave a message with the. Oh no, you're fine. Try to leave a message with the organizer.
Lessons and demos can be.
No,
Thank you.
new screencast. Well, that's not annoying.
Okay. We'll see.
Click anywhere to record full screen.
Oh, we don't want to record, do we?
Now we want to project.
Well, hopefully somebody will stop by. And if it's just the two of us, then you can just look at the computer.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is all just your design stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, you paid the fee on time. You should be fine
So
there.
that was my last action.
Yeah,
January.
okay.
So I shouldn't be alarmed then.
This is, I would say, maybe next January, maybe 6 to 12 months after.
I'll go on and
But
check.
yeah, go on to private pair and plug in like your customer number and stuff. You know, just to kind of know that, okay, yeah, it's still there, it's just in the queue.
Yeah.
Um,
So what it is it's a
Here's this back.
design improvement. It's basically a glass bottle with a hand print formed into it.
Hey.
And so, I don't know if that's, I don't really know anything about it.
Yeah, well, you'll find out. We'll do a good search. Design patents typically are easier. It's all about the look. So even if there's a hand print out there, or sure, there's not. It's gotta look really close.
The preliminary that I got back from the USPTO is that it is unique.
Yes, but tell me what you are preliminary.
So I submitted, well, actually, it was a patent search,
Oh, okay.
not.
So
from
just
the
a
USPTO,
third party.
Just a third party.
That's
search.
good, that's
So
helpful.
it was unique.
That's helpful.
And I think it
They're
was
never perfect.
novel.
Novelty,
So then I went ahead and filed it based on that.
great,
So that's where I'm at with this one.
great.
The other invention I'm working on, and it's been published at the USPTO, but now I've got this office action.
But just your nonprofit, your design will get published, so it'll be confidential.
So it's non-profit.
Yeah, nonprofit.
Yes. And it's an LED mask
Cool.
that displays the text that you speak into.
Ooh, that's cool.
So that
Like for
hearing
COVID.
impaired and
Yes.
COVID, and there's 2 and 3 barriers. See, I'm doing this all on my own, so I have
Good
to,
for you.
um,
Well, the fact that you're able to file a design and a non-prop shows that you can figure out the system. Because just the filing is well under.
well, again, I've utilized a third party to file
Oh,
for
good.
on my behalf. I
Be
did
prepared.
quite a bit.
Good.
So where I want to take this now, the evolution is to implement it into fire rescue. So like in low visibility and low period environments. So
To be like an application.
well, yeah, like smoky environments, right? Where 2 firemen or firemen have, they're going into a burning building, right? Fireman 1 he sees a hole, it's a turn. Hey, watch out, there's a giant hole here.
Right?
Now he can speak it into, and it can display on the back,
Oh, that's
and he doesn't even have to turn around.
right. Or you can put the display almost anywhere.
Anyway, and so they can communicate without having to yell or even stop and look at each other. This guy's just looking at his lead, and he's like, oh, hole.
Right.
So that's kind of the
So do
evolution.
you want to make and sell it? So you're trying to.
I'd like to
say-
license the concept.
Yeah.
Because I don't have any manufacturing
Yeah, that's a
capability,
whole other.
you know, marketing, et cetera, legal, that's, I don't want to go there.
Yeah,
So that's where I'm at.
yeah. And
Just-
you could start talking to people. You could tell, you get a non-disclosure, some people won't sign on, but if they do. And just give them enough.
Yeah.
Say your patent pending, they don't even know what it is, it could be an international patent, it could be 100 different foreign patents. And you could just start putting their,
Yeah.
and get a non-disclosure sign, then they say, thanks for the idea. One, they reach that contract, and 2, you're already, so they try to file it, and keep them.
Sure.
So that's something you could potentially. So,
So,
because this could be going,
agreed.
unless, you know, when you file your response to your own call. They tend to, once they get it in the queue, they tend to turn around pretty quick, so their response.
And the examiner
Right.
has been
So
awesome to work
you
with.
chatted with them? Yeah.
So he gave me
And
some
she knows that,
guidance.
yeah, you're doing this on your own, and then
Yeah, he's been real.
so say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this amendment, what do you think, will it help?
Yeah.
That's what they're there for. So I'm a hard time getting my presentation
Oh, yeah.
too. So, there's only two of us, so I'll show you my computer.
Sorry, computer geek? No.
No pressure. I texted, we've got 1 minute. Yeah, it's not
Oh, I have one more thing I wanted to try.
I think it doesn't say like where this class is, so.
I know.
I think everybody's over there, because I
Do you
have,
think I should move? Or should we go over there?
well, Long's Peak is being used, so
Yeah,
it's booked, right?
yeah.
But it doesn't say where yours is, so
Yeah.
everybody's kind of standing around over there.
Oh, shoot. Maybe I should walk over.
So
I know, I
the
noticed that online.
projector-
I'm like, there's no, like, it doesn't say where I am.
Actually, this one, I believe it did say Challenge Point.
It did,
lecture
did.
hall.
Okay. So I know the one online this morning didn't say anything.
Oh, really?
No one gets to see.
We've got to tap into that projector, I think.
Yeah. You'd think that there were other people using this today.
Yeah, there were a couple.
Hi.
Of
Having some
previous-
technical difficulties.
Of course.
Of course, yes.
It's all the fun part of the conference.
It is. Everybody can come on there.
Well, I guess
Yeah,
we can-
exactly. Well, I've recruited the audience
we
to
can
help.
huddle. I'll try one
But I won't
last.
ask you.
Last try.
There's that. That goes to that computer.
I was hired with for like a little boutique marketing agency in Boulder as their creative or their digital.
Okay.
Like director. I was 22 years old, didn't know anything, and I was just like,
Password?
I remember we went to a conference and the computer wasn't connecting and like the video wasn't playing, and I was just like, I'm not equipped to deal with
Yeah.
this.
Well, this is like a Chromebook, and I'm on an old school Microsoft Office, so.
I have
Maybe
actually,
we
I
could on
did teach on
computer.
campus here though, so I might actually be
Well,
helpful.
but maybe I have it on computer. Maybe
So-
that's for the streaming, and this
It
is
looks
for.
Yeah, this is for
Oh my gosh.
streaming, and then,
So-
yeah.
Well, never mind.
We're using our USB stick
I
now.
got it.
Oh, there it is. Right here.
Well, see, sometimes it takes a village.
Third set eyes. Beautiful. So that should find it. There it is. I found it. Cool.
It's probably set to multi-display too, so if you want to change it, you can do that.
Thinking about it. You might have to.
This is gonna be fun, to have that in the background. All right, so let's see,
So you can either just drag that over to the other screen.
what screen?
I think you're
Oh,
extending
that
it,
one.
so you're.
Okay,
ex-
So if you just,
Here we go.
The-
Okay, let's do this.
yeah, and then.
There you go.
Now I get it. Thank you.
Man, what a challenge.
Thanks a village.
Okay, so now, since I have to do this, let's see. I just want to play, where is it?
Oh,
Slideshow. Okay, and then. Do you think this works here?
Oh, a clicker? Good luck.
Yeah, we'll just do this. Okay, so let's get that one.
It says the clickers on campus are hot commodities.
Okay. Hi, come in. All right, I have my bags. Come on in. We had some technical difficulties, so you're just on time.
okay.
All right, I'm gonna start. My name is Nicole Rousseau. I am an intellectual property attorney. I've been practicing for almost 20 years. And I'm here to educate you on intellectual property. We've got patents, trademarks, copyrights, trade secrets. So again, I have my little thing set up. We've got it figured out.
Good, okay.
Yes, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
So I'm here to help educate you. Feel free to interrupt me with questions. If you have a certain area that you want to explore, just let me know. I'm here for you to give you some insight. So I brought these. This is my fun. Oh, I forgot my trade secret one. Here it is. So think of IP as clubs. And these are fun little children's toys, so if you fall asleep, I will squeak this and wake you up. So think of them as intellectual property clubs. You could use them offensively to go after someone, or potentially defensively to protect yourself. So intellectual property is everywhere. CSU, on trademarks on your gum. There's a billion patents on your cell phones, computers, even this barf bag from the airlines is patented. It's got a US patent number on it. So it's everywhere, and it's really there to help protect your creativity. So let's go into each of these areas and learn a little bit more about them. This is just a fun thing. So when you read articles, look online, everybody messes up. No one knows what a copyright is versus a patent versus a trademark. They get them all jumbled up. So this is my way of helping you understand, well, what really is the difference? I'm gonna start with patents. Those are my favorite. It's what I do a lot of, but I'm in this area. But patents really are ways to protect your creativity, meaning it is something you have to apply for. It can cover designs, processes, clothing, methods, games, software, how things function, how things look. So patents, let's move on. There's two types of patents, and I know I just talked with one of the people here that he's got 2 patents pending, which is kind of cool. Here's an example of a utility patent. There's 2 big areas of patents. Utility covers the function. How does your phone turn on? How does it read your face? It's a function. It's all written down in words, and the essence of a utility patent is written in claims and words. There's also what's called a design patent. That's a utility, which covers the look of something. I don't care what you do with that. You can use it on top of a cup. You can use it as a display piece. You can use it for putting things in your car, like paper clips or what have you. But as long as something looks the same, then you can prevent others from making, using, and selling that. So those are the 2 big areas, kind of going backwards. So utility patents, both you have to apply for. Utility patents can last 20 years from your filing date. As we know, some people know that it could take several years to get your patent issued. So the clock is ticking for utility patents. Design patents are 15 years from your issue date. So if it takes 5 years to get your design patent issued, then you still have 15 years thereafter. There's such thing as plant patents. Never done one. I don't know a patent attorney that has done a plant patent. So they're on there. If you create a new plant or find one, let me know. I'm happy to help you. We can work through it together. When you're doing searches and things, I wanted to make it clear that I'll show you in a little bit how to do a patent search. Look, hey, is my idea new? Is it out there? What have you? There are such things when a patent is filed, it's published at the earliest 18 months after its filing date. So there is a window of time where no one can see it. And sometimes they never get published until they turn into an issued patent. So if you're doing a patent search and you find, oh, this is cool, I want to make one of these, well, know that this is just a publication. It hasn't issued into a patent. And this is also a publication too. This is an international patent application. So just be aware when you're finding things, you've got to dig a little bit deeper. Has it been patented yet? There's a way you can look and see if it's been patented. What does it cover? Is it narrow? Is it broad? Again, I'm getting into nitty gritty, but just to give you a kind of a piece of when you're looking at inventions and comparing to what you have in your head or a prototype that you're doing, just to be aware of things that are out there. Patents, unlike the other areas of intellectual property, has to be something that's new. So, hold this. The very first thing I tell people, if you care all about patents and you want to get a patent, keep it secret. don't disclose, don't tell people about it unless they're under a confidentiality agreement, don't sell it, and don't offer to sell it. All of those are triggers. In most foreign countries, if you have a disclosure, you can't get a patent, like Europe, China. In the US, you have a 1-year grace period from the day you have a disclosure to file a patent application. Say, well, how are they going to find out if I had a disclosure? Well, you could lie. Your patent attorney, if you have one, is not going to let you, but it likely would come up in litigation down the road after you get an issued patent, that kind of thing. Yes.
Does an email to yourself or someone else constitute a disclosure?
Not to yourself, no. If it's if it's to someone else, hey, that was just, this is confidential. If it's an email out to the World Wide Web, that's definitely a disclosure. I always tell people, hey, if you're talking to your family about this cool idea, just tell them to keep it under wraps. Or sometimes you can kind of go backwards and just say, hey, we had that conversation last week, don't tell anybody about it, and that kind of covers you. Kind of going through a good thing if you're talking to people about your idea, but you don't have a patent application filed and you're just not quite sure, use a non-disclosure agreement. You can find them online. Your attorney can provide one for you, but it's just a way to keep that third party, hey, if you steal my idea or do something with it, you've now breached a contract and you've got to deal with that. It's one extra layer of security. And then also, kind of the standard now, first to file. If 2 people have the same idea, whoever files the patent application first gets the patent. It's very unlikely that 2 people are going to have the exact same idea unless somehow they have collaborated, but it has happened. Let's say my 20 years of doing patent applications, there have been maybe a handful of things that after we file, we get a reference, we're like, man, that is right on point. And we really couldn't move forward. So there's usually some, let's make it blue instead of red. Dumbing this down. Ways to kind of get around if you get a bad reference or a rejection. But there can be some instances where it's just kind of tough and that's hard to swallow. Just a quick, I want to make sure I'm not going too slow. Patents is an interesting right in that if you get a patent on your invention, your claims, your language, or your design, couplet, doesn't necessarily mean that you can make that invention. It gives you the right to exclude others from making, using, and selling what you have patented. The reason being, arguably, a lot of patents are improvements on a design. So this is patented, and I want to add, a ball on the end that you can throw or what have you. Well, if my patent covers the ball and this club, well, someone else owns the rights to the club. And so I can't necessarily make this club, I can make a ball, without getting permission. So it's a nuance in patents that you have to always be aware of. Well, yeah, I might have a patent on my little piece, but the entire idea, someone else could own patents on. It's always a gray area. I've learned that. I was a chemist prior to becoming a lawyer, and chemistry seems very, all right, you got a problem, you're in school. Going into law, things are gray. It's never black and white.
So if you slightly change the design or something, does that get you out of there?
It potentially could get you a patent,
Yeah.
but it depends on if there's somebody has rights to the base. So you have to evaluate, what do they own?
Okay.
And evaluate, well, do they own, do they have a design patent on the way this looks, but you only change this part? Well, then you can still be infringing.
Okay, so what if one is plastic and the other one is wood?
That depends too. So if they're a look, like we have that cup lid, I don't care how, this doesn't specify if it's wood, metal, glass, doesn't matter. In a utility patent, it might say a wood-shaped device. And if it says that and you are now metal, still not perfect, it's called a doctrine of equivalence. Is it too similar?
Yeah.
But so things get very complicated.
So it's best for me to be very specific as to what my patent covers. I could say it's, go down to the specific details that covered in my patent, so nobody can match, nobody can.
Well, but you
match
want
it.
to be broad. So you want to have any type of club, any shape, any material, so that no one, if this is your patent, so that someone can't say, oh, I'm just going to make it wood.
Right, also, so if
Yeah.
you make it too specific, then you're giving an opening to.
Potentially.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, great question. Anything else? Just leveraging patents is kind of, once you have patent rights or any kind of IP rights, you can sell them. I sign, hey, I own this, you can have it, give me a royalty or give me a chunk of change. You can license, I still own this, but you go make it and give me a royalty back. And then you can always sue someone for infringement if they're stepping on your toes. Okay, let's see. Yes. Notice this. After you file a patent application, as of the day you file, if it's electronic, put patent pending. Let others know that you've got something filed. They cannot find it until it becomes published, which I think the next slide talks about searching. A patent search is never perfect because you have a window of 1.5 years or more that someone could have filed something that's similar to your invention and you can't find it, but they still predate you. And that's that gray area that there's not really anything you can do about it until you react later. When you get an issued patent, you need to put that patent number on your packaging, on the product. If it's software, I'm sure you see things that pop up, hey, here's patent numbers. Because if without that, then you can't collect damages for that use. You haven't given them a notice that you have a patent. Okay, patent searching tips. So the easiest is Google Patents. So just type in Google Patents, it'll pop up. There's always also this free patents online, which is a little bit easier. And there's uspto.gov, which is the US Patent and Trademark Office. Their patents are actually getting better. I don't know their new system. I just implemented a new system about a month ago. But theirs is the least user-friendly. Thank you, government.
Surprise.
Yeah. So, Google Patents. Here's kind of the screen. I just put in projectors for fun. Press search and came up with, I think, 128,000 results. So you could narrow that down. But what's nice is, they're giving you a lot of stuff. Foreign patents, US. Like I mentioned earlier, they have the international patent applications, which is called a PCT. That doesn't turn into a patent, but it's a step towards countries. I think it covers 156 countries. I could be wrong, maybe 157. And then you can click on each of these and find more about it. So, let's see. This one I clicked on, which is kind of blurry, but I clicked on this, hey, light field projectors and methods. Here's abstract information. It also scrolls down. This is a claim, so this is a utility patent. Actually, this is a utility patent application, method for displaying an image, that stuff. If you were to find on Google Patents, oh my gosh, this is really close or right in the area, go and click on patent citations and then cited by and look through that. That will help narrow your search, but those are all somewhat related things. It's called a forward and backward search. Any questions? I know I'm kind of giving a lot. Okay, we're moving to trademarks. Get my name. So, everyone, if you have a business, if you're involved with a business, every company should have a trademark. It's your brand. How do you distinguish others from your business? Front Range Community College. How do you know which college it is? CSU. I have this extra for gum. Apple, Samsung. It's a very important piece of your business, your marketing, and your rights. So trademarks can be names, slogans. They can be colors. The Louboutin high heel shoe, the red sole, is a trademark. If you start making shoes, do not put red soles on your shoes. You will get sued for infringement. So some trademark basics. If you have a new company, a new product, don't call this a club. Come buy a club. It is exactly what it is, or maybe even a toy. You want to be, say, non-descriptive. So the word Apple back in the day associated with computers, software, that kind of stuff, they don't match up. It's a very good trademark. And the logo, the symbol is also a trademark. Trademarks are specific to what they're used with. If I'm selling computers, I call it Apple, well then my trademark applies to computers. Apple's not the best example because they are so big. I would suggest, I wouldn't even use the word Apple with your landscaping services just because that name is so big. It's got this famous status. But if you are doing landscaping, put some sort of fun adjective in front of that. Just can't think of a name, but
Apple fingers.
yes, yes, yes. That would be, something to give you that brand to distinguish your landscaping service from another. Kind of like patents, trademarks is first use. Whoever uses that mark in a similar goods and services is an owner of that mark. So you're doing landscaping services, you call it XYZ landscaping, you automatically gain some rights. It's really cool. Unlike patents, you automatically gain rights. So use that TM. What?
How do you prove that?
Good question. You have to show use. So let me make a quick statement and I'll come back. You gain rights to wherever you've used the mark. It's a geographical thing. So you have offered landscaping services in Colorado and Wyoming. So you have trademark uses in those two areas, but if you've never been to New York, then you don't have rights in that place. Showing proof, website, customers, where are they located, where do they live? And you have to show that that mark was in association with your landscaping services. So on your website, it has XYZ name, or in advertising. And if you advertise potentially in New York, then you may have some rights there. The World Wide Web is huge for trademarks because you have a website and you've got customers all over the country. That's really beneficial. So use that TM, superscript TM, this guy, as soon as you start using your mark. Just notice, hey, I think I've got a trademark. Someone else don't use it. Yes.
So if your business is very local, then it's only trademarked locally, or?
If you just use, it's called common law rights.
Okay.
So it's in your use area of, let's say, Fort Collins. But if another company comes in your area, maybe even Windsor, then if they're in the same area, you can tell them to stop. Now, so let's take it up a step. You can get a registered trademark where you do go apply, uspto.gov. Their searches are a little bit easier than the patents. And they go through and examine. There are other marks out there that are close. If there are, they'll tell you. If they aren't, then you get an allowance. You have to show proof of your use. But you can file before you have use. So if you have I want this name, I'm just gonna see, let's get the ball rolling. It takes about 10 months to get examined. It's used to take like 3 or 4 months and it's just really backlogged. That's a China issue. Yes?
There's no binding document for a non-registered trademark, you just put TM next to it.
Yes. That's the cool part of trademarks. It makes it harder because you have to prove or you've got to show use. But yeah, you do not have to actually go file anything. Why would you file? Because there is an expense to it. If you get a registration, so the trademark examiner says, yes, you get your trademark. It's with landscaping services. Go for it. You could start using the circle R, and now you have this presumption of use across the entire United States. So if someone in New York, where you never have any business, you can now say, oh, got a registered trademark, you better stop using or you have to go to court. Hopefully you don't get that. That was a way to help enhance your rights. But you do have to go through that process. There is such thing as state trademark registrations. Colorado is lame. You can certainly get it, but they don't do any kind of examination. It's a rubber stamp. So really, if the person that you're trying to get to stop and you say you have a Colorado state registration, if they have any sense, they're gonna be like, doesn't mean anything. But sometimes it could help.
Would filing an LLC under the name account?
No. No, but if you're still using the name of the company as a trademark, then you're gonna get those common law rights. So there are businesses that, their LLC is not their trademark. It's just the name they use in their documents when they're filing their tax returns or what have you. But with the word Apple, Apple is the name of the company as well. So it can be used as both. And you can file, I said there's a way to say trademark on the Colorado Secretary of State. Again, it's a rubber stamp, it's not perfect. Let's see. I think I talked about this, but be creative. The more creative you are, the better the strength is of the trademark. But there's also suggestive marks. You don't have to maybe spend as much on advertising. Oh, XYZ is a landscaping service. If you had something in there, plants, or I don't know, something that can help a consumer, it might be in that area. Those are easier for you to own and be productive with it. But the more generic you get, the worse it is. I'm sure I said that right. It's kind of a fun statement. So Pilates used to be a trademark. So there's this thing that's called genericide, where if a mark gets so common that it's hard to distinguish, well, who really is the source? Then those trademarks go away. So like Pilates, yo-yo, I think the word elevator, those were all trademarks at one point. And Kleenex is still a trademark, but I don't know if you've ever seen, it says Kleenex brand. I don't know if they say it on commercials, but they certainly show it because they're in that space of, are we gonna lose our trademark rights because everything is a Kleenex, even the non-Kleenex brands. This is just what it looks like, a piece of paper that you get when you get a trademark registration from the USPTO. Okay, searching trademarks. So go to uspto.gov, it's the US Patent and Trademark Office. I use this find it fast thing, and then this menu is going to drop down and go to TESS, TESS, and you can just Google TESS, and it should pop up. And you're going to come to this search option, probably the easiest if you've never done this before. Just pick the new user. Click on that puppy. And I just actually found it in FoCo. They do not have a application pending. But I think the FoCo part would be hard, but they found it in, potentially could be something fun. But yeah, so put in your search term. Usually it's going to be a combined word or mark. You could actually put in an owner, put in the word Apple, and then there's a drop-down menu, you could put the owner. And I did another search. I think I did iPhone, until I'm in the Apple world right now. So iPhone comes up with, a lot of documents. This is only 50 of them, but this is a search results. You can see anything that doesn't have a registration number is still pending. And then you can look over here. Oh, that second one down there, designed for iPhone, what's dead? Either they abandoned it or they got rejected, but it's gone. You don't have to worry about that if you're trying to use design for iPhone. But be careful because it's for iPhone. So that's just a good way. You can click on each of these. Let me see if I have the next slide out. Oh, I do. And it will tell you all the details. What are the goods and services? When was it filed? And then it will give you registration number and the registration date and the owner. So you get a lot of good info. But if you get things that pop back, ooh, that's in my area, probably shouldn't use the mark. Switch it up, change it to something else and do another search. Or call a trademark attorney, see what they say. Any questions on trademarks? I'm kind of going a little fast, but not.
I have a lot now that you've brought it all up.
Okay, well, please do.
Well, I just recently went full-time with my business.
Oh, neat.
But I've been doing it for about 20 years.
Okay.
and in different locations. And this most recent time when I did a search, there is another company in the area doing photography with the same name. So I'm very curious, because I was like, oh, that's new. Because
Right.
when I first did it, when I moved here, I didn't notice that. And so now I'm kind of like, do I even bother?
Right.
Or do I
Well, you
care?
probably have common law trademark rights if you've been using that name for the past 20 years. So you will predate them. Now the question is, and that's actually really good question. They may still be able to get a registered trademark because they don't know about you.
Yeah.
So the trademark examiner is going to look at other registrations and other applications in this database, but they're not going to search Google. That's out of their, they're going to do so much. So the common law rights are not going to be explored by the trademark office. You could potentially, if you wanted to, watch how that registration goes, and if it gets allowed, you could come in and oppose it. I don't know if you want to, or you could send a letter, hey, I've got the same mark, you need to cancel or quit using it because you've been using it for 20 years and you've got.
Sounds like a really difficult conversation.
It is. Or have an attorney send a letter or something. But sometimes being kind of loosey-goosey, be careful with what you say. Hey, I think we've got the same marks. I've been using it for a while. Can you change your name? But I think that's a definite issue because if it's the same name and you're in the same space, people are going to get confused.
Yeah, I've had it happen before with my name as well, because there's one for Jennifer Folsom. So it's
Okay.
like,
Yes.
yeah,
So what is the name of your?
it's called Alchemy.
Okay. I'm just thinking that using your surnames, there's a bit of an issue with like surnames, but if you use it for more than 5 years, then you're past that. But that isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the beauty and the problem with the common law trademark rights. Some foreign countries, it's just whoever files first gets the mark, but U.S. is different. You had a question.
Yeah, so there is another company in Texas,
Okay.
and they have their name is one letter different than mine. And we started about the same time.
Are they
So
only in Texas or do they branch out?
They're only in San Antonio.
Okay.
Texas,
And then where do you work?
Northern Colorado.
Okay. Then you're probably okay. It's just a matter of.
But if I were to file for a registered trademark, would that come up as saying?
They're not going to find that other company unless they have filed for a registration as well. So sometimes it is nice to get that registration because now you have the upper hand, even though someone might have rights before you. They're in an uphill battle to knock you off of getting a registration versus you trying to get one.
Is the one letter different if there's an S at the end?
Yes, and that's another thing about trademarks. It's the standard is likelihood of confusion. So if you have one with an S and one without an S, is a consumer going to be confused?
Which I've gotten calls for them, even though we're in different states.
And that's actually even better for you that there's confusion, but be careful because you don't know who's first. You said it's about the same time.
Yeah, we just have better SEO, so people find us more.
Got it. So it may be worth filing a trademark and get that ball rolling.
Yeah, okay.
I will say the trademark side of USPTO, they have a lot of really good little videos. How do you fill out the application? What do you think about? What do you put for your goods and services?
Do you know how much it costs?
Filing, oh gosh, what are the filing fees? I think it's $350 per class. So if you have like a landscaping service and you also do photography, the trademark office makes their money by grouping goods and services into classes. So each class, like those would be 2 separate ones, or if you have also like a website, retail services, you're gonna pay a government filing fee of $350 per each class.
Okay.
Sometimes it's just one. And then if you were to get an attorney involved, they're gonna have fees, but they really do have a pretty decent training on USPTO.gov that you could potentially file yourself. And just make sure your goods and services are written broadly.
That's a one-time fee.
It's a one-time fee. Again, I'm drawing a blank. Are there other fees that come up?
Does it expire?
trademarks never expire, unlike patents. Trademarks don't expire until you stop using them. A registration at the USPTO, you do have to maintain it. So 6 years after you get your registration, you have to go in and say, still using. And then 4 years after that, so 10 years after your registration, still using, and then every 10 years after. And those have fees associated with them, $1,000.
So if it's the same name, but it's a different kind of business, like I did a little search.
Yeah.
So like one's like an insurance company and one's like a biotech.
That's probably okay. Unless your name is so big, like Apple, that you just don't want to mess around with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, different goods and
Different
services.
industries.
Again, there could be some blending there. You've got, Costco that sells tires and groceries. So sometimes those two, I say they are in different spaces, but you've got some of these stores that, hey, if you're selling groceries, tires could be a problem too. Yeah, thank you for all the good questions. Okay, let's go to copyrights. I think that everyone has at least one copyright in their life. Anytime you have drawn a doodle or written a paper, prepared, made a website, anything. All of that is copyrightable. So text, music, computer programs are under the copyright area, and then kind of artsy stuff, sculptures, paintings, doodles. Oh. So copyrights. Copyrights cover the expression of an idea, not the idea itself. The idea itself is a patent thing. So once you have a thought, hey, I'm going to sculpt this cool, monkey. Once it's in a tangible medium, it's been sculpted, or you drew it on your computer, then you have a copyright. Copyrights are automatic, like trademarks. So as soon as you have that stuff done, put a circle C, copyright. You can just do a circle C, but date of first use and the owner. Now I think I have an example of that. You can register your copyright. It's not as good as the trademark thing, but registering copyrights is helpful if someone infringes your work. So they copy your sculpted monkey and you want to sue them for copyright infringement, but you can't sue them until you have a federal registration. Those don't take as long, they take a couple months, maybe 5 or 6 months. If you have something registered before the infringement starts and you do wind up going to court, then you have some benefits like statutory damages and rights to attorney's fees. Attorney's fees can be very large, so if you win, the other side has to pay for your fees. I have a lot of clients that don't go down the copyright registration route unless they're really feeling like, ooh, this is kind of a big deal, maybe we need to get that registration. Comparatively, like patents are super expensive. The utility patents, if you're having an attorney involved, because we have to vet every word. What does that mean? Is, what is that? How does that work? Connected to, what does that mean? So you can, it could be a $5,000, $10,000, $50,000 event, depending if you go on in different countries. Trademarks, a couple $1,000. Copyrights, maybe like $500 cost. This is with attorneys.
Where you can, as a photographer, I've been really bad, I've never registered anything. But I remember at one point you could, this is how old it long ago was, you could send in a DVD with like everything and do that like.
Yes, I think you can still mail
still
in
do that?
things. They have an online system. It is horrible. Their application process it's so dated, and every time I do it, I just want to pull my hair out. But you can also upload things and file it that way. But you can absolutely mail things in.
That's so much, so it's okay.
Yeah. And one, I think copyrights are hard too, especially with maybe photography. You can register a group of works. It depends on if they're published or if they're not, meaning are they out there in the public or not. Otherwise, you have to do things individually, and that can get expensive. I think the government filing fee is like $55. But it is something that is doable. You just have to get through the archaic filling out of the form online. But I think I tell clients, try to take a stab at it. If it's, you get, hit a bump in the road, come call me and I'll help it. Let's see, copyright does not last forever like trademarks. It lasts the duration of the author's life plus 70 years. That's the standard. So every now you hear about, oh, so-and-so, it's been 70 years, so now their copyrights are free to the public. I forgot the most recent, but some of the, maybe some Disney.
Doesn't need a person.
What?
Doesn't need a person.
Yes, it could be that. Let's see, notice symbol, I think, yeah, I talked about that. I think notice is great with anything that you have, that TM, Circle C, patent pending. Check the time, 10 minutes. Just really quick, so you can reproduce your work, you can prepare derivative works, you can make changes to it, you can distribute copies, you can perform it, you can display it. So anyone that's doing that with your work and didn't get permission from you, they're in trouble, and you can go after them for that. I will say that I think that copyright infringement happens like multiple times a second on social media. Oh, that's a great photo, I'm gonna put it on mine. I think if you don't cut and paste it and it's just resharing, it's probably okay because it still has the original author with it, but it's just, and I know that the laws, there's people kind of trying to change the copyright laws when it comes to the social media because it happens so often. Just kind of a war story. I had a client a couple of years ago that hired a marketing firm to design their website, paid for it. She got a cease and desist letter, I don't know, a year later. Hey, the photograph on your website is mine. You owe me 10 grand. And it was kind of an aggressive. The marketing firm went out of business. There's no contract. She wound up having to, did not pay 10 grand, but we had to work to settle because it truly was an infringement. She was using it, did not have permission. So just beware. Be careful with who you work with and who you hire, and make sure your agreements are, hey, if you do something, you're stuck for it. I'm not going to be the one in charge of getting me out of that pickle. Yes.
Are there certain exceptions for not-for-profit situations or educational situations in that?
Absolutely. Like this whole thing could be copyright infringement. My presentation, but it's called a fair use exception. I think I have it in here. If you're using it for educational purposes, then you should not be held, an infringer or liable. You might still have to go through the process. If you're at all making any money off of it, be careful because that fair use is going to be more problematic. Also, parodies. Newspapers make fun of businesses all the time, and they're under that fair use exception. They can't get sued for copyright infringement. Well, I guess they could get sued. They may not win. Again, this is the U.S. Anyone can sue anybody for anything. It happens. It's sometimes really crappy because you got to deal with the perfect segue. Here we go. Diabetes, British pollution, Starbucks coffee. Those are potentially okay uses because they're under that fair use exception. It applies to both trademarks and copyrights.
Even if you're profiting from?
Profiting?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, because that seems like they can come after you if you're profiting.
Yes, because then, there are certain standards to the fair use exception. So if making a joke, me telling you what these things mean, that's okay. If you're paying me because that joke was so cool and now you're going to reprint it or something, I'm going to be in trouble. Copyright searching tips, www.copyright.gov. Go to, this is the main page, you scroll down a little bit, just go to learn more. And then it's going to click on here, official public catalog. And you can type in, I just put in microcrate, drop down menu, do the name, and here's everything that has been registered. It doesn't mean everything that exists. And some of them are kind of cool. Like if you click on it, it will say the author's birth date. And then like his has, I don't know, 1946 or something. dash, and so there's no death date. But you can, off life well for plus 70 years. That's a way you can kind of monitor those things. If there's something that you really want to use, just wait for that 70 years. So, all right, let's just check about 5 minutes. This is just an example. When you click on one of those, this is the information you get. What the title is, names, this didn't show up on this one, but when it was published, when it was created, all that good stuff. All right, let's really quick talk about trade secrets. This one's easier. So trade secret is anything that is beneficial to your company. It is not known. I tell clients that if you want to use something as a trade secret, like a recipe or some sort of formulation, it needs to be under lock and key. Only one person knows about it, and that person's under like a stack of non-disclosure agreement papers that, if they tell anybody, they're, you die. Because it's secret, you do not register it. It's, complete. So when you have an infringement, it's called trade secret misappropriation. The first thing you have to do in court is prove that you have a trade secret. So that's a, a bit of an uphill battle, and then you have to prove that it's someone found it, used it, and did something with it. I think one of the biggest maybe trade secrets is Coca-Cola. That formulation is not known that I know of. They can last forever. So trademarks and trade secrets are things that can last forever. Limited protection. Yeah, once someone finds out your trade secret and discloses it, they can get in trouble, but guess what? You can't get your trade secret back. It's done. And it is an automatic right. You do not do anything to secure it.
Isn't that a thing with like Mrs. Fields cookies?
It might be.
A recipe.
Maybe. Well, hopefully whoever did that got in trouble. Yeah. And I've had a couple of clients that they're kind of weighing patent protection versus trade secret protection.
The formula to Coke versus being a trade secret.
You could have, but then patent's over after 20 years.
Oh.
So that's something that we have evaluated. We've actually done a couple where it's like, let's patent kind of the process, but some of the formulation, that's going to be
Like a
confidential.
prescription medicine might have a patent, but then when they lose it, generics can come in.
Yeah, oh, that's huge. The pharmaceutical industry is huge, and that is all about those, once their patents expire, then the knockoffs can come in, and, it's cheaper too.
But I bet it's more difficult to keep a medicine a trade secret because it could be broken down and analyzed. So that's why they
reverse
have to be
engineered.
patented. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So the clients that I have that have been kind of weighing, it's things that they do kind of internally that maybe it's the process or the formulation, but once the product is made, you can't reverse engineer it. So you can do a little bit about, because trade secrets can last forever, whereas patents can't. But I think in the emerging world that we have, I have so many clients that they're like, hey, after 10 years of my patent, it's obsolete. So I don't need it for 20, forever in certain instances. All right, I think I'm going to stop. This is kind of like, just be careful what you sign. That's just for like, as an employee or an employer, protect yourself. I teach a CSU class twice a year, and I always tell them, hey, if you go work for an engineering company, make sure that you understand that anything that you make or invent, the company's probably going to own. So understand those things. Great for the employer, and the employee might be okay with it, but make sure you're compensated adequately. So yeah, let's just go. This is fun. Benefits of IP: protect your business, enhance your value, secure rights. If you're going to sell your business down the road, you've got a client that has they have 100 patents. They've never made anything. They only own IP, and they have the potential to sell their company for a crazy amount of money. Again, this is an extreme case, but it's really cool. Pitfalls: awareness. You can use someone's trademark or copyright or patent and not have done it on purpose, you're still in trouble. Unintentional, yes. If you do it intentionally, that's even worse. so don't do that. And it can be expensive and enforce. Okay, any questions? Thank you so much for listening to me and let me throw my clubs around. It's been great chatting with all of you. If you ever want to pick my brain, I have some cards. Well, hey, I saw you wanted for FoCo.
Yeah, I'll take
Let's
it
have
because
a
I
quick
may need
chat.
to.
I'm happy to get, I mean, this is my giving back to the community, so I'm happy to have a chat, or if you have any questions or something comes up in the future. Yes, I do. Let's see.
I might need to give you a call.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm terrified of having this.
So, curious, let's
Thank
say
you.
I've got a.
Thank
you. That's pending, and they expire after 20 years.
Yes.
Can I trademark or copyright concept of the invention?
No, because it's not known. It's not new anymore. But if the patent goes expired, then now you can use it. It's free to the public. I didn't get to some of but the basis of patents is to promote innovation. So you tell how you make your invention so that when it does go expired, or if people are trying to design around it, they know what you're doing.
For the greater good.
It's supposed to be for the greater good. Come on down.
I had registered for the name of my clinic.
Yes.
How long was that?
It can last forever. So registered in trademark or on Colorado Secretary of State.
I think it was good.
Do you want to call me and I can answer your question, or we can talk outside?
Okay.
Okay, let's do that. All right, so I learned the hard way
Yeah.
that you put your, I didn't see this, I went straight to the
Oh, okay.
right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
it's nice to meet all of you.
I'm probably gonna blow up their AV setup.
Hey, go for it. And I screwed up that.
That's the webcam, that's the stream, yeah.
I know, I think I screwed it up.
Oh, okay, yeah, no worries, no worries.
I apologize.
No.
Technology is not my
That's okay.
What's your presentation?
Bitcoin,
Oh, great.
yes.
Fun. I'm learning about that, like NFTs.
Yes, yeah.
That's a really fun area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You doing any patents in that space or?
You know, more like copyright stuff.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
But, and you know, just getting the right agreements.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's a hot area, so that's really cool.
Yeah, that's,
Well, good.
has there been, I'm kind of, is there been, picked up by local people trying to do NFTs or?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, oh, okay, that's encouraging, yeah.
It's very interesting. I mean, I'm a patent attorney.
Yeah.
So we have a broad range of clients all over the country, but yeah, it's definitely, I had to do some research about 6 months ago, like, what is an NFT?
What firm are you with?
I'm with Santangelo Law.
Okay. Okay, nice.
It's nice to meet you. Good luck on your
Yes.
presentation.
Likewise.
Hopefully I didn't leave anything
No,
too.
no,
All right, let me make sure I have everything. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask you a quick question? So, I did a quick search, and so, yeah.
Be in touch with Nicole.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you.
got me in trouble?
The projector switched HDMI inputs and I need to switch it.
Say again?
The projector switched HDMI inputs. I need to get it to switch back.
What's that?
Oh,
Probably input,
yeah, it's on input B. I need to switch. I unplugged it.
input, here we go. What do you want?
Try C. Okay, that may be working. Okay,
That's the one?
we'll give it a shot. Let's turn it off. And let me get set up some more, and then I'll see if we can switch over. Now we should have. See the shot. Try to see. Maybe. Oh, okay. Perfect. So that was my cable. Okay. 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 Looking good. Looking good. Yes.
Reminds me of when I was DJing.
I know.
Wait, it's not working. Wait, what the hell?
Okay. I'm still plus time here. Good. Let's let me get off the. Let's screen monitor. Easy. When it works, technology. Okay.
All right.
Boom. Okay.
Beautiful.
Okay. Next, I need my phone. Actually, and yeah. All right. See if the live stream is up.
Oh,
Hey, is this the free Bitcoin?
This is.
I sure hope so.
Good. Oops, somebody's got a purse here.
Oh,
Oh, no, maybe someone.
oh, I should come back.
Maybe she'll come back to the meeting. Was that's for,
Okay. The live stream just has audio and not video. See if we can get the. They're using Restream. Come on, video. Let's get video going. Video. I'm clicking the video. Ah, it's a Chromebook. In stream.
oh, she'll be back.
Oh, so sad.
Did you know the person?
No, she's awesome.
Okay.
Why is the video off?
Awesome.
Mode. Mode. Okay. The live stream has audio but not video.
The cell phone here. It's hard to know
Yeah.
what to do in a situation like that.
There's gotta be a safety office or something here. Like
Yeah, well,
security, probably,
right, the main building, the first one came in the other side.
that's probably where we should take.
Yeah.
Unplug video.
So do you know anything about this one?
Enough to know that it's
Default.
strange.
Yeah. I don't know.
Ah.
I attended a number of technical presentations. I'm an IT guy. Couldn't comprehend anything that was discussed. I have a book on it.
You bought a book?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think I actually got it at the ARC or something for $2. That made a lot more sense. Just understanding the technology behind it. But I'm more interested in the privacy aspect of it. I'll talk a little bit about that, but that puts us at the intersection of, our governments, state, local, county, that don't want us to have privacy. They want to tax everything, control everything, support everything, all of these things. So for me, privacy's all of a sudden right here is like, needs to pay attention.
Yep.
You wake up and you start.
For me, initially, it was the lack of faith in the US dollar.
That's it.
Was what kind of opened my eyes to and the constant inflation. And,
Yeah, currency, they can print as much as they want.
Yeah, and like, it's just frustrating.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm a real estate appraiser. So I'm inside business. My wife, she owns a salon. She's also a counselor, so she has 2 businesses.
Yeah. If you have a business card, I'd like to chat with you some more outside of this meeting. I've been investigating income tax system for a long time. Started over 20 years ago. And there are some new things now where they're open. This is the payroll taxes system.
But I must have employees.
Well, if you're an employee.
So it's just me right now, but well, I actually do have 2 guys that have been working for me.
Yeah, so it's basically,
Okay.
all of the knowledge you can publish now for how to do that. Yeah.
I couldn't get if you're watching on the stream, unfortunately I can't get the video. You're going to get audio only. But I unplugged, I did the unplug and plug it back in. So it is 1 o'clock. So I will say we'll get going. Let me struggle with technology. Just 1 more second. Greatest story ever told. So hello, I'm Josh. I am a Neil Gaiman fan. I'm not a huge Neil Gaiman fan. I didn't read his books, like the new Netflix series. I didn't read him when it first came out in comics. But for me, American Gods is on my shelf next to Neil Stephenson's Cryptonomicon as one of the most influential books that I've read. And in American Gods, one of the themes that he puts out is that we are all religious. Everyone's religious. We all worship something. And in the old country, they worshipped Odin. They worshipped some of these older gods, Chernobog. In this new country called America, we worship technology, we worship fame, we worship new media, and whatever we devote our time to are the gods of the new America. And in one of the scenes, so there's a show on Stars as well. I'm not sure how much it is in the Stars versus the book, but in one of the scenes, they go and they meet Money, which is the god of money, and busts out a cup of coffee, and Odin is essentially explaining that, hey, I'm going to change you this paper dollar for this cup of coffee. And why would you do this? Worthless piece of dollar. And this $100 bill is printed on the same worthless piece of dollar that the $1 bill is on. And it's because we believe in that money. We believe that it's going to exchange it for something else. And because of this belief, we have this god of money. And this is one of the themes that is in American Gods that I think is the, and he calls this the money is the greatest story ever told. This is a story of culture. This is a story of how we interact with money, how we pay, how we interact with the payment system is a story in and of itself. And that's a very powerful story. And this is what we're going to be talking about today. So specifically, we're going to be talking about Bitcoin. This, for disclaimer purposes, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an accountant. I am just a practitioner, so we'll go over some practical things, but none of this is legal advice, tax advice, etc. I do want to talk about some of the history and context of this, and then we'll talk about why to use Bitcoin, and then we'll show practical examples. So what is Bitcoin? So the thing is to realize with Bitcoin is that it has a very long history in computer science terms, which is relatively short in human terms. There was a person called David Chaum, which people should be familiar with. David Chaum was a researcher, a computer scientist. He came up with basically Bitcoin minus the blockchain in 1980. And he was very much into researching anonymity protocols and specifically mixed networks, which later go on to participate in the futures like Tor and these kind of protocols. Now, he came up with a concept called so mixed nets I talked about. He came up with a concept called DigiCash, which is basically Bitcoin without the blockchain. It was almost there basically in 1980, or this is the early 1990s. So after David Chaum, we have X.com. X.com, of course, was the founder of what thing is PayPal, right? So in PayPal, 1995, we have PayPal. This revolutionizes basically how people work on the internet. Now it is possible to basically make a living off the internet by getting payment through the internet without having to be in process completely. I've got lots of issues with PayPal, but we cannot understate the impact that it has on essentially modern society. So that and PayPal and basically some derivatives have been kind of like the state of the art in payments. We'll talk about more some fintech stuff. But then we come around in 2008, and we have the release of a white paper by a pseudo-anonymous person called Satoshi Nakamoto, outlining what this thing is, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. He calls it Bitcoin. Now, this, like I said, the original idea, well, from David Chaum's idea, was this: how do you exchange bits on the internet? And he didn't quite have the solution to make it peer-to-peer. This was the problem that hadn't been solved. So Satoshi essentially solves this one problem and makes this more of a reality. And the problem that he solves is the double spend problem. So what's the double spend problem? Double spend problem is, in cash, it doesn't really exist, because if I have a $10 bill, I hand it to you, right? I can't go around and then give another $10 bill to someone else. However, in digital currencies, it's really easy to make copies of things. So the double spend problem is basically, if I have some digital money, I send it to you. You think you got my 10 units of digital account, I send it to you. You also think you got the same digital unit account. How do we know who really got the money? So this is preventing the double spend problem, is kind of the breakthrough of Satoshi's white paper in a computer science terms. So he did this by essentially a block with the concept of a blockchain, and the blockchain, we're trying to keep this talk not super technical, but basically by having a bunch of thousands of nodes that are verifying things, we can make sure that other people are playing fairly. Yes?
Is that the proof of work function where the nodes are going out? How do they verify transaction is not coming? They're basically making sure the transaction is going from A to B. Is that what the proof of work is doing?
Exactly. So, so there's in computer science, it's called a consensus algorithm. And so this is not different than having a bunch of databases, and how do we know how the databases are in sync? So yeah, quickly, you make a transaction, it gets put into a block, the miner has to mine the block with the rest of the transactions, the miners send it to the nodes can all easily verify that that block is legit, and then they append it to the blockchain. So by doing this and kind of distributing it, and everyone is around looking at it, we can all say, yep, that's like, if someone kind of goes off on a tangent, most of the network will agree that this was the right path, and then the other people, maybe they didn't get the block in time or something, they kind of fold into the main timeline, if you will, of Bitcoin.
They default to the popularity.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So this is the 51%.
Okay.
Kind of thing. So, and then of course after 2008, we have other crypto, Ethereum, some NFTs and things. I'll be talking a little bit about them, or we're going to be talking about Bitcoin mainly. So why accept Bitcoin? So this is one of the things that I do want to talk about a little bit. because I think it is important to talk about why we do things, and then we go into the what and into the how. So why do we want to accept Bitcoin? Especially in this golden age of payments. I mean, it is kind of incredible that I can take my phone, I don't have to open my wallet. If I have a smartwatch, I can basically walk up and get my coffee, tap on a point of sale terminal without even taking my phone out. I mean, in a lot of ways, the consumer has it really, really good. I mean, they have so many options, especially with some of the fintech platforms we're talking about. We're in the golden age of payments. Why do we want to incorporate Bitcoin? Yes, we're talking about EMV payments, tap the cards, super convenient, especially when you think about all the COVID stuff. I mean, being able to just tap is amazing. Fintech is actually pretty cool. But I want to talk to you about my life on a submarine. So I was in the Navy for 10 years. I was in a submarine. And on a submarine, I slept very close to a nuclear reactor. And this reactor is amazing, right? We can power a submarine for something like 30 plus years without getting refueled. It is an amazing piece of technology that we invented in the 1960s, and I don't think we've taken enough advantage of it. So we have this reactor, it's basically limitless fuel. And very often we practice taking down that reactor. Like we will purposely, on purpose, essentially turn off the reactor and while we're underwater and practice getting to the surface. And in all of the history of like most US submarines, this has never, ever happened. Like there was even like the Thresher incident, I don't believe like their reactor scrammed. Like there's never been a case where there's actually been something where the reactor scrammed and then we're on a burst of power. But we routinely practice this. One of the most routinely practiced things is if that reactor shuts down, how do you get to the surface and how do you save everybody? So why? And so there's so many backups. There's so many backups from a submarine. We have a battery that's a lead acid battery. One of the first jobs as an officer in a submarine, you have to crawl through a space that's maybe 3 feet high, filled with lead acid batteries, where the lead acid is eating your clothes to get specific gravities of this bubbling battery chemistry. There's a giant, giant battery. There's a diesel engine on board, which is a backup to charge the battery. There's also an emergency propulsion motor, which is a backup to the giant shaft that's driving some. There's so many backups. So what does any of this have to do with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency? It's because this currency is an alternate to the existing financial system. It is a complete backup. And even one of the things that I'm advocating for is that even if you don't use it, even if you don't use it every day, this is something where you should have things in place so that you can use it when the primary thing goes down, right? So, which again, there's a reason why if the reactor were to shut down on a submarine, we never practiced that drill, the submarine would be lost, right? It would be completely catastrophic. Similarly, if we think about the existing financial system, if something was to happen to it, it would be equally catastrophic. And this, one of the reasons I think why to accept Bitcoin is to basically advocate for this alternate backup system, which.
So the non-technology version of that would be a barter script, right? So
exactly.
You could have a script to buy goods and services.
Yes.
In the event.
100%. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So talked about submarine like backups, sovereign individual. Yeah. So there's this great book called The Sovereign Individual, which goes into basically kind of libertarian kind of things, basically kind of living able to kind of control your own destiny. Highly recommend the book. Okay, a better payment rail. So this is just of all the things about Bitcoin, this one is, I think, objectively true. It is fundamentally just a better way to send payments. So there is a person named Jack Mallers. He is the CEO of a company called Strike, which is a fintech app with a Bitcoin backing. And he has this kind of great presentation given at Bitcoin Miami 2022, so just this year. And he explains how the existing banking system works, which I won't do it justice, but basically, to give it a summary, if you with a credit card, you want to go pay the merchant, that transaction happens, that point of sale terminal reaches to the bank, that bank goes, what's up, to the other bank says, what's up, I want to see if Josh has the funds. He's like, yo, dog, he's got all the funds, let the payment through, okay, I'll just let it clear in like 3 days, and then the merchant eventually gets it. So we live in this payment system where settlements, especially to retailers, you don't actually receive the money because of the kind of way the banking system works. So his app is pretty cool. It basically acts like a cash app for the consumer. but then it exchanges everything onto the Bitcoin Lightning Network, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But it makes instantaneous, and we'll show a demo of it here, an instantaneous transfer and settlement of payments over cryptocurrency without the consumer even knowing what's going on, which is kind of an amazing. And on the merchant side, the merchant can decide what they want to receive. They want to receive dollars, not a problem. They want to receive Bitcoin, also not a problem. So it's essentially exchanging from the consumer to whatever currency they have, piping it through the Bitcoin Lightning Network, and then coming out, exchanging it to whatever the merchant wants. So if you go to Europe, you have dollars, they want to get paid in euros, not a problem. You can use this technology that Jack Mallers is building up, have that do the transfer, and this is Strike. So that is pretty cool. So it is just fundamentally, I think, a better way to do payments. If you have to do any international payments, you would see this, where wire transfers are like, let me just cross my fingers and hope that money gets to the other side. This is like, you can do international transfers very quickly in cryptocurrency. It is extremely efficient compared to anything else.
The fees, are they going to stay static?
Yeah, so fees have been, so it depends on what network you're using. Okay. For a lot of people haven't realized that last week was a major event in like crypto history called the Ethereum merge. And that brought a lot of the Ethereum fees to basically like zero. So for Ethereum-based cryptocurrencies, USDC, USDT, these kind of things that are stable coins, there's like hardly any fees. We'll talk about on Bitcoin, what the thing that I think people should be using now is the Lightning Network. And that also we'll see like the fee's going to be like, it was like a cent for me to move money here in the demo. So it depends on what network you're trying to use, but the fees have been getting better for some of the other things, which is why I'm excited that this is finally coming into a place where I think it's usable in these use cases. Instant settlement, we talked about this. Yeah, so along with the fees, it's like how quick do you get the money? So if you're using the Bitcoin blockchain proper, it is still minutes. It's about 10 minutes for the block to confirm, like we talked about before. With Lightning, it's pretty much instantaneous. We'll see that demo. And then, yeah, like USDC, USDT, these are stable coins, which means they're just pegged to the dollar, and these are actually still pretty quick. And the Ethereum merge did bring down the fees. No chargebacks. Okay, so this is something that retailers get super excited about. Because it's cash settlement, right? So you're not going to experience chargebacks on any kind of crypto payment. Okay, there's another person that I think you should know, and his name is Uri Bender, and he has a new book out that is just put into English, Hack Your Way to a Better Life. So he, in this book, goes through much more detail than I'm able to cover here about very, very specific technology use, apps to use, why you should do things, it's like, I think it's like $10, and you can obviously pay in cryptocurrency. And it is an amazing book. It covers way more specifics than I'm going to be able to cover here. Highly recommend this. It's just translated into English like last week. So,
is it pretty tech heavy, or is it like?
It has, yeah. Sorry to pick up. It definitely has a warm intro, and then it is pretty like I can't remember. I read it on ebook, so the disadvantage of ebooks, I can't judge it by the thickness, right? But he definitely goes into tech details, like how you would do it, but it's very focused on using it. So not like from a developer point of view, but like I want to pay with Bitcoin, I want to save in Bitcoin. What things do I need? So it's not, some of this is going forward technical, but it is not like you have to compile something, or it's like how do you use it? So yeah, so he talks about, so he has 3 reasons of like why you would want to accept Bitcoin as a merchant. One is the marketing aspect. So by just doing it, it's something new. There was people, 2017, people were changing their names to blockchain, whatever, and their stock would go up. So it's a marketing hack, I guess. The privacy angle. So there are some things to know about the privacy of Bitcoin. Bitcoin itself is not necessarily private. So that is explicitly a feature of Bitcoin. So what do I mean by that? If you have a transaction on the Bitcoin network, in order for anyone to verify this, they have to be able to see that transaction. So one of the things I would do is I gave this presentation to the FBI, and I said, hey guys, let's take a look at the malware payments that people were paying, paying Bitcoin for these like ransomware payments. So I pulled up the Blockchain Explorer, said this is the address they're paying, and let's see where all the money went. I mean, it's completely all public, right? So Bitcoin, you can see every transaction that you do. Now, this is one of the great reasons about the Lightning Network, is that the Lightning Network kind of moves these to off-chain, right? So I won't be getting into all the details here, but basically, when we see the demo, the Lightning Network is a peer-to-peer payment system that is pegged to Bitcoin, and then you kind of like do, so it's like kind of like a side bet. So we're making a bet over here, that's all going to be recorded. You go to Vegas right there, someone's behind you, I'll take your odds and I'll just bet you this, right? So that's kind of what the Lightning Network is. It's this side bet. The benefit is the privacy aspect of Bitcoin is then improved because those transactions are not recorded on the Bitcoin ledger. Only when there's like kind of this thing called a channel, where that channel is closed and opened, those transactions are made on the network. But once you're attached to the network, you can route payments through the nodes. And even though I opened a channel with you, if I want to pay someone else, they don't see that transaction went through. So the Lightning Network with Bitcoin kind of improves the privacy based on the original Bitcoin promise, which was never really meant to be private. There are other cryptocurrencies that try to have a privacy first. That's mainly Zcash and Monero. And so you do have to do some trade-offs if you really want a completely private ones. But yeah, this is the kind of the state of privacy in cryptocurrencies. Travelers, yeah, so I kind of mentioned this before. There is a website called CoinMap where you can look up, I checked in here for Fort Collins. It seems pretty outdated. There's some ATMs that have Bitcoin ATMs. But if you go, especially go internationally, you have cryptocurrency, you have a global currency, right? So you can see who takes currency in this, and these are things that can help a small business if they want to adopt this. So I highly recommend you check out Yuri's work. Okay, parallel cities. So this is the last point here of why to accept Bitcoin. This is there is an organization in the Czech Republic called Paralelní Polis, which basically means a parallel city. And so the idea here is with cryptocurrency, we are making kind of a parallel city, a parallel network of just people and individuals that are interested, for whatever reason, in the cryptocurrency, whether it's increased freedom, alternate payment systems, and through this kind of alternate city, you can basically have a complete break from the normal system. So you want to pay for food in crypto, you want to get services in crypto, all of these things kind of have to have this network effect, and we can start to build parallel organizations to this. So it's kind of an interesting idea. It seems to be mainly in Central Europe where these two organizations are, but it's worth checking out. Okay, that's the what and what. Now let's talk about how to accept it. Okay, so the first decision you kind of have to make is how fast do you want to get paid, which is already kind of like a pretty baller statement when you're talking about compared to, so if you go someone you buy cash or you're trying to pay with something credit card, you don't have these conversations, well, how fast do you want the money, right? This is not even an option in the traditional system. So there's kind of like three different categories. The first is B2B invoicing. So I have a company, I do essentially, I basically am a hacker. I get paid to do security evaluations. I get the devices and I have to tear them apart and find all these problems. Medical devices, IoT, Bitcoin hardware wallets. I showed how to basically recover funds from Bitcoin hardware wallets. So if I do invoicing in crypto, for me, B2B invoicing doesn't have to be that fast because there's like the existing, I don't know if anyone had the pleasure of working with systems like Ariba, where it is like the corporate app. You basically have like 90 days to get paid by most vendors, and then they constantly email you, hey, would you like to get paid less so that you can get paid quicker, right? And it's just, this is ridiculous. I mean, this is like, small business is, I'm giving them a loan, I'm giving a giant company a loan for 90 days, and then they're emailing me every day to see if if they want to not pay me as much so that they can release them. I mean, they have the funds. I mean, this is the state of B2B invoicing. So if this is what you're doing, you don't actually, I think, need, unless you want like some of the privacy features with Lightning, you can do an old school Bitcoin payment. It'll arrive in like 10 minutes after the transactions. This is totally fine. Like that's one level of how fast you get paid. The second is an e-commerce shop. So you imagine you have an e-commerce shop. Do you need to get instant second cash settlements? Maybe not, especially if it's a physical product or it's going to get shipped. Maybe you don't need the Lightning network. Fortunately, if you have a Shopify store, there's like 3 or 4 integrations now with Shopify and Lightning that basically do all this for you. So it's super, super easy now to incorporate receiving Lightning payments if you have Shopify, because there's some nice integrations. But you don't necessarily have to use them if the flows are getting better. I used to sell things where I would ship like little electronic widgets. Someone would say, hey, I want to pay in Bitcoin, and I would do a very manual process of emailing them back, sending them the thing. So that can also be done. The amount of people who will do Bitcoin payments in any shop is going to be very small, right? So let's not kid ourselves. This is going to be very small. It's more about the alternates here, having the backups. So the Bitcoin customer who's willing to do this is willing to be patient with you in order to do this. But the last thing, this has been what I've been most excited about, is physical retail. Because it is kind of ridiculous, to be honest, if you are trying to buy a coffee and then say, well, can I wait 10 minutes to get the confirmation, right? This is not a good experience for anyone. And so the Lightning Network has really changed this. And so the demo, which we'll see, is how quick a Bitcoin payment can happen in Lightning. But in this case, in a point-of-sale terminal or an Android tablet, you can receive payments instantly. And this is where you're going to want to use Lightning to receive it. So what do you need to accept Bitcoin? You need this thing called a wallet. Okay, so a wallet can either be hardware or software. What is a wallet? It's essentially a public key. So without getting into too much details, all of this happens on public-private key cryptography. And if you have essentially this public key, this is your public receive address, which is called as a wallet. There's lots of different software wallets. I particularly like Trust Wallet, which is open source. It's on Android, iOS. It does Bitcoin, it does NFTs, it does all these things. But there's like thousands of wallets. Okay. So with this wallet, it'll tell you whether it's hardware or software. You're gonna have to set up this thing called a seed phrase. The seed phrase is typically 12 to 24 words that you're gonna have to write down. Those words are your private key, right? So like it's kind of when I first saw this, I couldn't. It's kind of in traditional IT, like you would never have your IT private key exposed. That's the first thing that happens in Bitcoin, because without those words, you cannot get access to your funds. So you have to write down all these words, and then that is equivalent as the private key. So you should store that with equivalent things as you would be storing anything else. And then your wallet is essentially settled. There's hardware wallets. Hardware wallets are all the rage. Everyone loves to talk about hardware wallets. I particularly hate them. They are incredibly hard to use. I of course hacked a bunch of them. So I gave a conference in Germany where I showed how to hack all of the hardware wallets. I don't think that they offer as much security as you think. A really bad user experience. If you have like millions of dollars in crypto and you want to completely put it in a cold thing, then okay, fine, maybe spend the overpriced payment on a hardware wallet to get it. But essentially, most people are, everyone has their life in their mobile phone, whether it's their email, photos, everything else is there. If your mobile phone completely gets hacked and all that information is gone, we might as well throw crypto in there with the mix. So the mobile phone experience is just easier. It's better. If you're really worried about it, I like the option of taking the old phone that you have, completely wiping it, and putting a wallet on there. So it's essentially, you take out the SIM card, and then you have this other wallet that's just dedicated to crypto, and that's it. You just use that for crypto. So otherwise, the UI of tablets and wallets is just much better than hardware wallets. Yeah, so the talk I gave was called Wallet.fail, if you want to see how to hack a hardware wallet and essentially recover Bitcoin. Software. Yeah, so where it does get complicated is that if you're running a shop, dealing with who has access to the wallet can be a little bit tricky. So if you're in a retail shop and you're trying to receive Bitcoin payments, you have to kind of manage who has access to that key. We're going to show Breeze Wallet here, which will make that kind of clear. But if multiple people have access, it is a little bit tricky. Obviously, not all, I would imagine all the baristas are necessarily super familiar with Bitcoin, right? So the app has to be easy to use, easy to manage, and we want this to be easy to receive payments, right? Okay, so that's basically wallets. So Bitcoin versus Lightning. Bitcoin versus, can I go back? Bitcoin versus Lightning, yeah. So this is just another technical point that is still harder than it is to run Lightning nodes at this point. So in order to receive Bitcoin, it's super easy. You just need an address. Like I said, you're gonna have to wait that 10 minutes to receive it. So in order to receive Lightning, which is the case where you're going to want for either enhanced privacy protection, faster payment resolution, there are some challenges to do that. Some of the apps we'll talk about can make it easier, but there's a little more technical know-how, unfortunately, at this time to be able to do this. So mainly, you just have to be careful of what wallets you're using. And there are some technical things about opening and closing channels, which I'm trying not to get into the weeds here. Yeah, unfortunately, Lightning is still, I think it's usable now, but there are some technical nuances that can bite you, which we'll see. Okay, and then there's the whole, I've been paid in Bitcoin, now what? I am not a tax, I'm not an accountant, I'm not a lawyer, but I will tell you what the US government about the Bitcoin payments, and that is everything is treated as its property. Bitcoin, it is treated as you're buying and selling stocks. I have made my accountants go through the process of dealing with crypto taxes, so it can be done. Accountants get that it's like a stock. You just have to go. You have to go through very, very painful like recording of this, and so there is software like Token Tax, which will work with the exchanges to download essentially your stock. It's no different than if you're on Robinhood and constantly trading every day. So there's software that will integrate with the exchanges, get all the tax information. The kind of big life hack here is to never sell your Bitcoin, right? So then it's like, oh, I'll never sell it. Well, then how do I send it? And so it's more of an advanced hack, but basically what you do is you, and this is extremely risky, and this is not financial advice, but what you do is you use your crypto to take a collateralized loan. So you never are selling your crypto, you're using a crypto to get a crypto loan. And then with that loan money, then you have it. Obviously, there's a whole other section of decentralized finance and a whole bunch of vendors that do this either decentralized or an exchange way, but just know that it's out there. There are people, it's basically what, it's like what the ultra wealthy do is they never sell their assets, they take loans against their assets. You're doing the same thing with crypto. So that's the life hack there. Yeah, so storing Bitcoin, we kind of talked about it a little bit. It is different, right? There's a cliche in Bitcoin that you're your own bank. What does that mean? Well, if you lost your password to Chase Bank, you can call them, say, hey, I'm this, eventually get it here. If you lose your keys to Bitcoin, it is gone, right? So that is a feature, not a bug. And this is something that does kind of require a little bit more technical know-how than traditional things, but this, if you, it's a little bit, this is still a little bit frustrating for me because it's like, it's going to be a